What's up, everybody? John Maddox here, coming at you with another late-night logical, plausible, probable. We're going to be having an open mic discussion. You never know where we might end up. But I will tell you this, before we're done, we will have put some Evos in their place, because when I'm finished, you done.
What's going on, everybody? Welcome to Logical, Plausible, Probable. Tonight, we're going to be having a rather entertaining exposition on the incredible level of either straight-up ignorance or incredible level of obfuscation, misdirection, and just gambling on the average ignorance level of the average atheist by folks on yet another show from the atheist community of Austin. This one being the Talk Heathen show, where a guy who says he's both a doctor and currently working on a PhD in cancer research, along with an electrical engineer, wanted to argue over whether there's information in DNA and biological systems like that somehow information's only conscious interpretation. It blows me away every time when I hear these talking points from atheists, but when two people who claim to have high levels of education, both of which would have direct application to the information questions understanding, to not know the extreme basics of Shannon information, reduction of uncertainty, and the on one side, and then its application in genetics on the other. It's flabbergasting, folks. So we're gonna have some fun, and Otangelo actually made me aware of this, and so he's gonna join me. We're gonna go through this here shortly. But before we get into all that, I want to say a big shout out to all the folks who have already joined us. We got 19 people, only going for a couple minutes, so I appreciate that, y'all. We got Honesty Angel, Rock Soup is here. We got Kelvy, Andrew Graham. What's going on, guys? Richard O'Neill, the Freed Thinker, says, "Isn't Eric from Talk Heathen?" The one and only Doki Doki is here, already slinging some super stickers. Thanks so much, Doki. Utopia Buster's in the house. Patrick Alexander is here. Mitchell's here. Man, we got a whole bunch of folks who are already getting ready for a epic beatdown of atheist talk show hosts. Godzilla Freaks here. What's going on, man? How you doing? And I want to say big thanks to all of the members. Conrad's here, and many other members who are really helping me to expand the channel and be able to spend more time focused on doing streams like this one. I say thank you very much to everybody who's supporting the channel. And in line with that, if you're interested in doing that, appreciate it very much. If you would, memberships, you can be the Side Chat Brawler, an Evolution Destroyer, an ID Gladiator, and the prices range from like $3.99 up to $25 if you decide you want to get involved in any of this stuff. So now, without further ado, I say what's up to Otangelo. How are you doing? Thanks for joining me for this, and tell me what made you send me this link of after you witnessed the dumpster fire that was this this call.
Yes, hello, John. Hello, everyone. This was streamed yesterday, and I was listening to the answers which the two hosts give to the caller, and I was flabbergasted by these answers. I mean, they're claiming that it's just chemicals punching around in the cell. I mean, I asked myself, is this guy a doctor? And if he really has a degree and he makes such unwarranted claims, which just display a total ignorance of what goes on in biochemistry in the cell. I mean, this puts even in doubt if this guy is just bluffing with all the credentials that he could have. So we're going to listen to the stream and then comment it. But I mean, this is almost scratching the bottom of the barrel in terms of uneducatedness in regards to what really happens inside of the cell. So I'm asking myself, are they getting worse and worse?
Yeah, it's pretty bad. Now, real quick, folks, before we get started, I'm going to, so nobody on the atheist side can claim that we are misrepresenting the credentials of the gentleman who claims to be a doctor and a PhD candidate in cancer research. We're talking about actually doubting that he has those credentials. I'm just more flabbergasted by somebody who has them to be this ignorant is really more my position. But I'm going to play a quick clip of him being asked what his background is, and then we will jump over to the main section where a guest calls in, and it just turns into a complete and utter it's so painful, folks. For you, that Otangelo, I think why don't you hop out and hop back in? We're getting some crackling. Let's see if we can fix this StreamYard problem on the on the mic.
Is it better now? Is it better now?
It's still popping a little bit. Why don't you hop out of StreamYard and come back in? That's been fixing it a little bit for me the last couple of times I've tried that.
Okay, I'll go out and come in again. Give me a minute.
And I'll play this while you're hopped out real quick. Okay, so all right, here we go.
We'd love to turn lines. But before we get on to calls, I wanted to ask, about, so we just what you do, some kind of doctor, one of these doctor people. And apparently you shoot tumors with like some kind of cancer robot or something? This is like most sci-fi thing. Like, what is this?
Okay, so I'm doing my PhD. So I have an MD. I'm in general surgery. I'm like training to be a general surgeon. So I'm a resident, like Grey's Anatomy, first season or whatever, right? But I'm doing my PhD now that I am working on treating cancer with like new technology. And so the main thing that I do right now is something called photodissin, so a nanoparticle, and it accumulates in tumors. And then I shoot the tumors with a laser, and the laser activates the nanoparticle and creates reactive oxygen species or like oxygen-free radicals, and those destroy the tumor. So my the real point of all this is that I'm trying to like find a way to destroy tumors in a very non-invasive and controlled way without damaging anything else, which is the big challenge right now in a lot of cancer surgery.
Yeah, I mean, I think that just sounds so cool. It's funny because just like before we're discussing, I was like, oh, what do you do? And I was like, can I ask you about this? And you're like, yeah, it was kind of boring though. And I was like, you're shooting tumors with lasers, mate. What are you on about?
I mean, so this is
So
the thing,
sci-fi.
right? It's I agree. It sounds very sci-fi and cool, but like when you do it every day,
Yeah.
you're like, well, it's a little bit humdrum, you know. You were like, oh yeah, it's just another Monday. I'm like, well, literally, it is just sort of another Monday.
I think this is the like, I mean, I don't know how you see it, but I always feel like it's a bit like the standing on the shoulders of giants thing. But you're standing on so many shoulders, you can't really see all the way down. You just see a couple of.
Okay, so standing on the shoulders of giants, but he doesn't understand the basics of the genetic code, but he's doing cancer research using nanotechnology that's being synthesized via the execution of DNA sequences and the creation of specific nanoparticles that can be expressed based on a variety of predetermined logic rules. Like if he doesn't grasp that just in relation to the information necessary for what he's working on his PhD dissertation on, I'm very disturbed, ladies and gentlemen, in relation to the potential direction in which cancer research is going. If we have people who are PhD candidates who, as you will hear very shortly, are making ridiculous assertions such as DNA replicates itself, which a biology 101 student should know, let alone a doctor, a current resident doctor who has gone through bachelor's medical school and is now working on a PhD in cancer research and thinks that DNA replicates itself. I mean, folks, prepare yourselves to be absolutely and utterly just blown away at the lunacy that you're about to hear momentarily. Before I switch over, Tangela, welcome back. Let's see if it's helped the mic problem any.
Yeah, is it better now, or is it still crackling?
It's still popping a little bit. We'll see how it turns out. I know it's very obnoxious when it happens to me every once in a while too, and you're just like, what the heck? Why does it keep doing this randomly on crackling? But we'll see how things go. Okay, so now we're going to get into the section where this guy named Mike calls in to ask them basically the information problem in relation to biology, and it just turns into a complete and utter dumpster fire from there. So let's get this going right here, and then we'll get into discussion.
Which is going to be Mike from Washington, who I think is a theist. And Mike, are you saying that the emergence of information had to come from somewhere? Is that your argument?
Yes.
Okay, would you like to elaborate?
Well, you guys have a gap, the naturalist atheists, you guys have a gap from chemicals to a living cell, a self-sustaining, self-replicating cell. So anyway, there's a certain amount of DNA
hang on a second.
required.
Mike, sorry, what do you is this what you're going to be discussing? The like kind of the creation of
Abiogenesis?
Or was that just a general comment? I want to know how that ties into your information has to come from somewhere.
Yeah, the information, to keep it simple, like one strand of DNA in a woman's fertilized egg, there's enough information there to construct in order and sequence 200 different types of cells into 37 trillion cells of an adult. And
Can you define
how'd that
information,
come about?
Mike?
And here, ladies and gentlemen, we have the standard atheist community of Austin, especially the new atheist standard talking point. Can you define information? I mean, again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are a MD working on your PhD on the gentleman on the left, and a electrical engineer, which you will hear later on the right, and you're questioning what the hell the definition of information is, I want to know how you graduated and got your certifications in your professions. If you do not understand this and are even trying to, go down tiny little rabbit holes to try and avoid this, either you're an idiot or you know that it exists and it completely annihilates your worldview. Therefore, you're not going to allow anybody to actually try and make a point without trying to get into minutia to somehow enable yourself to avoid the obvious. So real quickly though, and before we go any further, I'm going to address this so that for any atheists that watch this, they will begin to recognize the utter stupidity of the talking points being spewed by the atheists throughout this encounter. And so real quick, let's just look at what the definition of information is. And I'm going to do this because we have you're going to observe that these atheists are going to attempt to use only the first definition of information, which is facts provided or learned about something or someone, more from the conscious agent perspective. And they're going to really ignore what the second definition is, which is what is conveyed or represented by a particular arrangement or sequence of things. And the example literally used by the Oxford Dictionary is genetically transmitted information. And obviously you get into Shannon information and you have the reduction of uncertainty, and there's a whole mathematical algorithm for all that. But the point being that even in the standard dictionary definition, the concept of genetic information is a well-established concept that nobody's actually questioning. And the ongoing, arguments over whether, which one is which it's really getting frustrating to have the YouTube atheists keep just refusing to just address the point and to somehow figure out a way to account for it rather than continue to obfuscate all the time. Now let's continue. You'll observe exactly what I was just describing.
Maybe I can give a quick input. I think actually, John, that he was trying to test the caller if he knew what he was talking about. And we will see how he afterwards, he doesn't give a correct answer to that question. I agree.
I agree that the guy wasn't able. Yeah, you're correct. It's not too bad.
Okay.
I agree that he may be doing a test, but at the same time, throughout the rest of their conversation, they both adamantly argue that there is no information in DNA. So
yes, but you will see that they also use the common tactic to constantly interrupt the caller. They have done it with me as well. And if you have a conversation of 30 minutes, they will permit callers to talk for 3, 4, maximum 5 minutes, and the rest they will just take over and spout their bullshit,
That's very true. Very true. Here we go.
Can you define information?
Well, instructions.
No, information. You said information
Yes,
has to come from somewhere, and I just want to know what your definition of information is.
Can you
How
stop
about
here?
this?
Yes, it is instructions. He said the right thing.
Causes, you say, a fertilized egg becomes a human being if it isn't aborted or naturally or deliberately. What is it about that DNA what construct a 37 trillion cell adult? If that's not information.
Well, it's just chemical reaction.
That's not a definition of information, though, is it? Yeah, so that is a kind of a deflection from the question here. I mean, in order, we could say, well, that is information. You're just pointing at an example of something you're calling information. In that case, it's like circular.
Did you hear that, Justice? Just chemical reactions. Wow. Wow. Just chemical reactions. Incredible. And that
Yeah,
coming from a doctor.
it's the usual, talking points. And folks, I just want to quickly read from a paper here. So, quote, 2 types of information in DNA. Recent studies have made it increasingly evident that the primary sequence of DNA, in addition to the linear genetic code, also provides 3-dimensional information by means of spatial ordered supercoil structures relevant to all DNA transactions, including transcriptional control. In this review, we adopt the previously introduced terms analog and digital with regard to the 2 logically distinct types of information provided by the DNA. By digital information, we mean the unique DNA sequence written in distinct succession of individual letters. On this view, any DNA gene is a carrier of digital information by virtue of its unique base sequence. Moreover, a gene conceived as an isolated piece of linear code, no matter whether this isolation occurs at the level of transcription or post-transcriptional processing, is a discontinuous entity that can be expressed or not. Thus, principally, consists with an on or off logic and therefore belonging to digital information type. Now, I can keep going. There's much more to all that, but I think you can obviously very rapidly recognize that just stopping at that point, the talking points that are being spewed forth by these folks are, I mean, it's pathetic. It's a joke at this point that people would continue to be spewing these talking points, especially an MD working on his PhD in genetic research for cancer treatment, and an electrical engineer, which you will hear momentarily. Before I continue, Angela, you have anything else you want to interject?
Yeah, I can quote here the genetic code. The genetic code is the set of rules by which information encoded in genetic material, DNA or RNA sequences, is translated into proteins, amino acid sequences by living cells. There's so much information about this, and this is acknowledged generally. I mean, even Richard Dawkins has made videos on this, and there is no doubt about this. So how can this guy say, oh, it's just chemical reactions? I mean, that's just stupid. John, you're muted. I cannot hear you.
Oh, dang it. Well, that sucks. Okay, so my ramble was about the importance of information theory in its application to biological systems. And this is a paper from I think about 10 years ago. And it says that information theory is largely unknown in the biologist community. It does not mean that the importance of information in the living world is overlooked. An increasing number of biological papers are devoted to many forms of information recording and transfer, and the word information has become ubiquitous in the biological literature. And skip down a little bit. Quote, we believe that no real progress will result from the recognition of the prominent role of information in life phenomenon unless information theory is integrated into biology as physics and chemistry have been. So the emphasis I'm putting there on the end about physics and chemistry is you will hear, pay close attention, folks, you will hear both of these individuals spew on multiple occasions that this is nothing but physics and chemistry, natural processes, chemical reactions, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I guess they haven't read anything on the topic or something's happening, but it's It's getting pretty disturbing how ignorant the standard atheist is on the atheist community of Nashville of Austin talk shows. But to keep going, Tangela, you got anything you want to add real quick before we keep playing?
Yes, I can quote you here quickly from a paper from 2012, George Church, Next Generation Digital Information Storage in DNA. He writes, DNA is among the most dense and stable information media known. The development of new technologies in both DNA synthesis and sequencing make DNA an increasingly feasible digital storage medium. So we are talking here about DNA as an analogous hard disk where information or software is stored, and that is, as the caller correctly said, instructional information. It instructs how to make proteins and microRNAs. It expresses microRNAs, which then are used for expression of DNA. So instruction is one of the features of what DNA actually is made for. It instructs how things are constructed and operate in the cell.
Yes, and what's ironic is even, folks like Jack Shostak and others, I mean, they've even written papers on how to calculate the prescriptive information and the functional information in a gene sequence. And we have people like this telling atheists that no information exists. It's truly astounding. It's like 180-degree differences from reality that is the atheist worldview.
Because you're saying, well,
No,
this is
no,
information. So what is information?
Well, what is it? What is it about DNA? Is DNA required to assemble for a human being to become an adult?
Yes.
So I think the reason why the reason why we're drilling down on this information thing is because information is when humans understand data, understand patterns, and it's a thing used to communicate. And DNA isn't doing that. There's no understanding there. It's just.
And here we go again. As I mentioned earlier, when I read the definition of information, and the second one, not the first, you can see that right here, Katie Montgomery is attempting to spin the conversation and deflect by saying that two humans have to be involved in order for there to be information transfer, like directly involved in the transmission of information. That is so far from reality. In terms, like, the irony for me is that they're doing this show on computers that are transferring their information through non-conscious channels that are then being eventually decoded and encoded who knows how many times before it finally reaches the end recipient, in this context, us or the caller or anybody in the audience. But they're claiming that the only type of information that exists is that comes from the intelligent agent. Well, it's kind of interesting given the fact that is the end conclusion for the person who doesn't believe the intelligent designer is necessary, is that yes, at some point there must have been a intelligent agent that instantiated the source information that's necessary for all of this communication to be being executed. But they're claiming that all information must be being actively transmitted by an intelligent agent or otherwise it's not information. I've never understood. Angela, I know you've heard this talking point many times.
Yes.
I don't understand how many times we have to bash them over the head with information from secular sources that say their talking point is false, and yet they continue to regurgitate it and then claim that people like us are making things up.
Yeah, that is because they don't understand biology at all and what is going on. And as soon as you understand it, then you know that what is conveyed through DNA is instructional assembly information to make proteins through the sequence, the specified complex sequence of nucleotides stored in DNA. that sequence dictates the sequence of amino acids. And if that sequence is not correct, then there will be no sequence which will become folded 3D proteins, which will become molecular machines and have function. So people mostly don't understand these things, and then they make such baseless and nonsensical claims as saying that information is just conveyed if there's people like you and me speaking to each other. That's nonsense.
Yeah, it really is amazing. Like you can take 5 minutes and just read the Wikipedia page on information, and you would realize that the atheist should realize that their talking points are ridiculous and are the end result of staggering ignorance on the actual topic that they're claiming to debunk and be able to dismiss in relation to our very existence, and then simultaneously claim that the discussion really doesn't have any bearing on whether or not atheism or theism is the more rational conclusion. It's truly amazing.
Well, John, here, just
like,
one sentence quick from Science Daily. This just brings it to the point. The genetic code is a set of rules by which information encoded in genetic material, DNA or RNA sequences, is translated into proteins, amino acid sequences by living cells. That's it. Do you need to have a biology degree? I am a layman. I guess you also, John, you don't have a PhD or a doctor, MD or something like that. But reading this, any layperson can understand what is going on, right?
Well, I mean, I would think so. And given the fact that there's a plethora of papers, books, lectures on this exact topic and the necessity of solving the problem, and there's billions of dollars being invested into application of the same technology for human tech, I would say that this is a long established position, yet continues to be a high level supposed evidence or a dismissal of evidence for the atheists, specifically the new atheists, specifically the ones who are associated with the atheist community of Austin. Let's continue.
At this moment, I'm not sure, John, if MD Aware is deliberately being deceitful and just lying to an audience which is mostly composed of laymen which don't understand biology, or if he really doesn't have a clue about the very basics of biology.
It's possible, for sure.
Cogs in a watch, or circuits, or just like the pattern that sand falls over itself, grains of sand and settle into like a sand dune or something. It's just a result of the mechanisms and physical structures that are there. And for sure, they do stuff that's really interesting to us, but there's not someone who is communicating. Sorry?
No, what drives that then? What drives that? What caused that?
What drives what?
Yeah.
What drives? Just one strand. There's 3 billion base pairs in one strand of DNA, and every sugar molecule in that strand are completely left-hand or right-handed. So that's just an accident.
I mean, at some level, it was happenstance, right? Like the chirality of the molecule at some point in our history was sort of incidental.
It's either, so when we're talking about life, you get.
Did you hear that, John? The chirality issue, it was just happenstance. Wow.
Wow. Yeah. Well, this goes back. Well, per this guy's own admission, it's been a while since he's read anything on abiogenesis. So I would actually wonder if he's read anything on abiogenesis, and I honestly wonder if he, does he remember anything from basic biology? Because these are, I'm like I said, he doesn't seem that old, so it's not like he is 30 years removed from undergrad or med school, right? And especially given the fact that he's currently getting his PhD in genetics, specifically in regards to cancer research. I don't understand how you can possibly, you can't claim ignorance on not having had to have taken biochemistry and at least in theory, understood the underlying principles that are necessary for biological systems to operate. And if you're going to sit here and agree with Katie Montgomery talking about like sand dunes forming and such, and then somehow going to push this whole position that the sand dune is equivalent to a representative code base of codon to amino acid source to target alphabet. I mean, 3-to-1 code structure. I mean, then of course, as you and I both know, that's before even getting into the multiplexed code aspect and the time control. Like you have the element control and the time logic. I mean, all these different things that are being transmitted in an mRNA sequence. If you're somehow going to claim that that's the equivalent of a freaking sand dune forming, I mean, good grief, man. It's just like, whoa. I don't even know. I honestly don't know what world these people live in. It's really amazing.
Yeah, maybe we can explain to the audience what the claim is here. So the basic molecules in life, amino acids, DNA, RNA, and phospholipids, they have handedness. Okay, and for example, amino acids just use left-handed chiral form, and nucleotides and phospholipids use just right-handed form. But in the cell, the machinery knows how to make only left-handed or right-handed molecules. But prebiotically, this wasn't available. The machinery which makes these basic building blocks wasn't available. So in every lab experiment, they have always a mixture of both-handedness. But in life, you can't have that. You have to have either only just left-handed ones for amino acids or right-handed ones for nucleotides and phospholipids. So this is a big abiogenesis problem. And if someone just hand waves it away and says, oh, that's just instance, then you are, again, either being deceitful or you have no clue whatsoever what you're talking about.
That's very true. Let's I skip back to the beginning. Let's see if we're in the right spot here on the
level. It was happenstance, right? Like the chirality of the molecule at some point in our history was sort of incidental.
It's either, so when we're talking about life, it's either necessary for life to exist, and so then it's going to have some kind of or beneficial, and so it's going to have some kind of selective pressure for it, or it's just a coincidence and that's just how it turned out, or it doesn't do anything, but it doesn't cause any hindrance.
No, that's before life. You're talking about some natural selection. There is no natural selection prior to life.
There's
a natural selective.
Hold it, no,
Mike. There are natural selected. There's natural selection mechanisms that act on non-life things, right?
Yeah, natural selection is just maths. I mean,
there's natural selection things that happen on non-life things. Natural selection things happen on non-life things. Okay. Natural selection only operates on the pass down of heredity information, and requires replication in order for natural selection to operate. So you just said that non-living things can have natural selection. Are you suggesting that rocks somehow replicate and have influence of natural selection? I mean, there can be natural influences of rain and gravity and erosion and things of that nature. Half-life, degradation, decay. I mean, like, that's different than natural selection operating. I mean, I don't even know. When I heard this the first time, my mouth fell open. I was just like, did I just hear on non-living things? Oh my.
Yeah. Yeah, it really makes me laugh. I mean, the stupidity of his assertions is just flabbergasting, It almost seems a joke show, for biologists just to have a laugh, I mean, wow.
Hey, Otangelo, it's crinkling again. Can you play with the wire? I wonder if you have like a little crack in the wire or something, because it's like went
I
from really
tried
good.
already.
It went from really good to like crackling again. Sorry, say something now.
I tried to.
Oh, now it's now you sound really far away.
Okay, let's try again.
There's a lot of feedback noise now.
Okay, is it better now?
Yeah, it seemed a little bit better. Let's. I didn't hear any crackle that time, so let's continue on.
You can have it just happening in in numbers, purely in described in numbers.
The way it was originally understood by Darwin was in reference to living things, but non-living things can be subject to natural selection and similar mechanisms, right? Like, for instance, the formation of our solar system is a form of natural selection, right?
No, we're not talking about that. We're talking about what we can put in a laboratory. Well, if you want to talk about...
All right, let me answer your question then, Mike.
theory.
Your question was originally, how did DNA come about, and sort of like, how does that work, right?
But Mike, you couldn't define information for
So,
us. So
all right.
we can't.
The DNA in our cells is not information in the same way that you're thinking about information. The DNA in our cells is chemicals that are naturally selected to be in a particular configuration. They are not interpreted. They are physical structures that are
I don't even know where to begin. Hey, attention! Now we're getting an echo. I don't even know where to begin on that one. There is no. It's just chemicals. There is no information, and the information is not being interpreted. Well, what the heck do you think is happening in the ribosome and the tRNAs and the translation of source to target alphabet, source being the codon, target being the amino acid, and the digital specificity? By the way, folks, in case you forgot, I read about this earlier in relation to DNA having both analog and digital information. And it was rather specific, and that's just one of many different papers that I could quote on this. And this guy's claiming that nothing in DNA is being interpreted. I mean, the process is literally called translation, transcription, translation, elongation. Like, I don't even know. Like, how does this guy have an MD? Is what I want to know.
Well, I think
MD
he's
where? How do you have an MD, and how are you getting a PhD in cancer research by making this assert? And it gets even worse. But go ahead, Otangelo.
I think he is deliberately lying. At this point, it's unbelievable that this guy has actually any degree in biology and makes these claims as if it wasn't a joke.
Well, it's part of the reason that I titled this, or the bar I've got at the top there says "Talk Heathen Host Jumping the Shark." I mean, because that's where we're at. This is straight up. We have a guy with his supposed qualifications making these assertions. Yeah, it's amazing. And it gets worse, folks. Keep listening. This gets even worse, which is amazing at this point.
According to physical and chemical laws, and the consequences of their particular sequencing are the result of physical processes. There's nothing that's sort of like interpretive, the way that you would read a book, and like, say, in a book, the letters don't have any inherent meaning. You have learned a way to interpret the letters and the words and things like that, and you therefore derive additional understanding or something from it. That is not something that exists in DNA.
That's just lying.
Okay.
Just lying. I mean, I cannot believe that he has learned anything in biology and makes these completely nonsensical claims.
Well, and once again, folks, we're going to have to address this with papers on the topic. So prepare yourselves, ladies and gentlemen, because this is yet another example of either a stunningly ignorant atheist or a stone cold dumbass liar who doesn't even realize how obliterated their talking points are. Okay. It has taken a long time and much experimental work to overturn this conclusion, but eventually it has been shown that there is no deterministic link between codons and amino acids because any codon can be associated with any amino acid. This means that the rules of the genetic code do not descend from chemical necessity, and in this sense, they are arbitrary. Today, in other words, we have the experimental evidence that the genetic code is a real code, a code that is compatible with the laws of physics and chemistry, but is not dictated by them. Our problem, therefore, is to take stock of this reality and to account for it. Okay, so what did we just hear this guy talk about? Oh, it's just physics and chemistry. It's just the laws of natural processes. It's just chemicals. What did you just read? What did I just read? This means that the rules of the genetic code are not do not descend from chemical necessity, and in this sense, they are arbitrary. A code that is compatible with the laws of physics and chemistry, but is not dictated by them. Our problem, therefore, is to take stock of this reality and to account for it. So, ladies and gentlemen, again, we have proof beyond all doubt that this guy is either a liar or an ignorant fool, and neither one of those are good positions to be operating from, especially not given your supposed credentials and credibility and the fact that as an influencer, you are informing all sorts of people that their worldview has no cracks in it because there is nothing to the arguments that are being put forth by your opposition, when the things that I'm reading from are not from, theist sources. They're actually from atheist researchers and peer-reviewed journals that directly contradict the positions that are being taken by these two. You got anything you want to add to that, Otangelo?
Yes, I think maybe we should quickly clarify when we talk about the genetic code, what is meant by that, and many are confused in regards of that. They think that the sequence of nucleotides in DNA constitutes the genetic code, and that is not correct. The genetic code is the assignment of 64 codons, which are a group of 3 nucleotides to 20 different amino acids, and the ribosome makes that translation. That's the translation process where, for example, a sequence of a codon U, which is uracil, is translated to the amino acid phenylalanine. So we have here basically, as an analogy, a translation book. And if you open it, you see in English the word chair. And then in Chinese, you have the equivalent of the word chair in English, which is qi. So you have a translation there, and that is an assigned meaning of these words. Okay, so this is what is happening there. And that state of affairs demands an explanation. Why would molecules assign meaning to amino acids or to triple codons? So this is something which atheists simply either ignore or they don't understand it, one or the other.
Well, absolutely. And what I've got to pull up on the screen right now is a data to DNA encoding process. And it's like, how can you be doing digital representations of things if it's not digital? Like, that's what it is. And how can you create a codon table that is the the symbolic representations that are being housed by the 3-dimensional structure of the codons? Like, we're doing this, folks. This is what we're doing. We do the same thing. Like, this is not some unknown, unquantifiable concept here. Like, it's actually, the irony for me is that it is one of the most quantifiable concepts in existence, if not the most, and yet it's being claimed by atheists, especially on YouTube, that somehow this does not exist. It's truly staggering. All right, let's continue.
John, do you remember when I called in at the Atheist Experience and asked Matt Dillahunty precisely in regards of that, and then he said, "It's the Enigma machine." Do you remember that?
Oh, trust me, I remember that. That was quite possibly one of the most. Matt Dillahunty claiming that the that the existence of the Enigma machine debunks the concept of translation in genetics was almost it might have actually been worse than this guy, because I mean it's incredible. Let's continue.
Because DNA was not created by a mind. That is something that people who study DNA and genetics and medicine have put onto it so that we can better understand it and study it, right? It's like we talk about like certain genes and certain gene mutations and stuff, but that's only because it's practical to do so and because we need to do so in order to understand how things work. But it's not like built into nature. There's like a label. This is the cystic fibrosis gene. This is the gene for like blue eyes. It's just physical processes.
Yeah. I think that lots of people often think of DNA as a bit like a recipe, and it's like a chef reading a recipe and getting information from this. It requires 4 eggs, and so then when I whip them together, that's the process I have to do, and then we result in like an omelette or something. And that is the wrong way to think about this. And I think sometimes people will talk about DNA being a code, and I think to a lot of people they might just see a code and a recipe as the same way. But to like an electronic engineer, like myself, a computer chip that is just running some software, we're imagining it as like software and like written out a recipe and stuff, but it's actually the same. There's actually just like a big machine here, and the machine happens to be running electrons for it, but it's just like mechanical processes that just happen. You can make a computer just out of a load of cogs. And
okay, so this I really want to know what this person has done professionally, because like there have been purely mechanical computers in the 1837. Babbage, I think, made one. We've had all sorts of mechanical components to computers, and even now there's mechanical components just in our computers now. Like, what do you not think that the spinning magnetic hard drive disk had a mechanical component to it? I mean, this is just unbelievable in relation to the I don't even grasp the argument that they're trying to make here, really. I mean, I understand what they're saying, but I'm just like, I don't know how you think this is debunking the point that's being that you're trying to address. I mean, if we're creating DNA computers and DNA data storage, are you claiming that the DNA computers that we are creating, because they're made out of DNA, are therefore not computers? Are you suggesting that the digital data that we're storing in DNA sequences is not actually digital data? I mean, I don't even know how to. And this person claims to be an electrical engineer. Like, I'm educated on this. I know how this stuff works, and I'm telling you that you're wrong. It's like what? Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, she is not a biologist, so we can give it to her. But let me quote you here. This is from Link Genetics, the tech org. DNA is information. Think of DNA as a collection of cookbooks that contains all the recipes for making and running living things like worms, plants, birds, and humans. I think this is a pretty accurate description of what DNA does. So it contradicts straightforward what Katie asserted. It is like a recipe which contains the information to make many things which are required in the organism. Go ahead, John.
Well, I would say yes, there are aspects of it that could be construed as a recipe. I like the premise in relation to the coded portions of the DNA to be more like 3D print scripts, because that's exactly what they are. It's a linear piece of digital information that is then translated into a three-dimensional representation. And
yes.
It's a 3D print script.
Yeah, the digital to the analog, where the information DNA is in digital form, and then then folded into the configuration. That would be the analogous thing. But on top of that, as the quote I just gave right now, that DNA is like cooking books where you have sections and genes which are like a book. And the fascinating thing is that on top of that, you need the gene regulatory network, which somehow needs to know when to express the information and when to pick it up in the gene and then send it to be expressed with transcription and translation. So we have information on top of information which needs to get there. How do you get that by unguided random means?
Well, that would be the question at hand, but they want to deny there's even information you have to account for, let alone where it actually came from. Let's continue.
Yeah.
And you can just like crank a handle and it just like, a marble drops through or whatever and it makes a decision. And it's the same with like DNA stuff. You've just got physical processes that are interacting with each other. And it's just like when we have this chemical and when we have this chemical and they're in the same place, they bind together because that's just the result of these chemicals. And I understand why it can be difficult to perhaps conceptualize that. But I think it's if you come in and just say DNA is information, and then we say, well, what's your definition of information? Where that makes sense, and then we don't really have one. It just seems like kind of just a claim out of nowhere. How do you respond to that, Mike?
What's that?
How do you respond to what MD and I were just saying?
You back that up to the basic elements. Then there's 118 commonly, straightforward elements, not counting the isotopes, the ME. Okay, 4 elements make up 96% of all living things: hydrogen, carbon, oxygen, nitrogen. Okay,
because they're the most abundant ones.
Hold it here. How many? What other process would it be out of 118 different elements? Did it take? What process was there? Trial and error, or was there a natural selection to get to
what? To select for like these 4 elements?
I mean, they're the ones that stars create because
they're the most abundant. There's more of them, and so there was more of them around to like be made into stuff to react.
Also, because they're smaller, they're more stable.
But the range into the 20.
Stable.
Yeah, but
I want to know what universe in which he thinks that because there's a lot of carbon, that means that's why it's the basis. It has the capacity to do all the incredible things that we observe or do with organic chemistry. I mean, I really want to know how that makes sense. Like, we're carbon based because there's a lot of carbon. Like, that doesn't make any sense from a chemistry perspective. I mean, I really want to know. I would love to observe him make that statement in front of a PhD chemist. I mean, I would love to see that. We're carbon based because there's a lot of carbon. That's why we're carbon. I mean, I'm pretty sure there's been a heck of a lot of origin of life research trying to figure out. I mean, Lee Cronin is an example. He's trying to figure out if we could possibly have life be silicone based, right? Okay, so if they're trying to figure out, and it's recognized that carbon's basically the only element that it could be based on, right? The other ones, it's not really plausible, at least for the type of life that we observe. I don't think they're claiming because there's a lot of carbon and also a decent amount of silicone that therefore that means chemically that's why life is the way it is. I mean, it's so bad. It's so bad. Before we continue, you got anything you want to add on that little talking point right there?
No, I was just trying to figure out the percentage of each element used in the body. There are, I think, 24 metal elements in the body, but I'm not finding the percentage. So go on, John.
But there's no brain behind this, according to you. It's those 4 particular out of 118. How did those come to form the amino acids? Now, I'm not even talking about lipids, the nucleic acids, and the carbohydrates.
I think the MD
just get to the 20. Just hold it a second. Just to get to the 20 particular and distinct amino acids. What natural selection function there? You'd have to go all the way up past.
Mike, I think we're trying to answer. So what your
hang on, pause for a second, Mike. Yeah. Is your question about atoms or is it about amino acids? Because you've been switching a bit, or is it about DNA?
1 second. Sorry, go ahead, Mike.
Oh man, you guys are pathetic.
Mike, come on, you've called in, and
What I find hysterical is that he's calling them out, and they think it's funny that, and they're laughing at him because he's the one who doesn't know what he's talking about. And by the way, I just in regards to their, I just wanted to address their abundancy argument. So the three most abundant elements in the universe are hydrogen, helium, and oxygen, in that order. So why then are we not based on one of them if there is not a additional layer of necessity for the chemical reactions and compounds that could be formed with carbon? Why do we not just do the same things with hydrogen? If or helium or oxygen, if the abundance is the only thing that has relevance.
Yeah, I did find the table which I was searching for. So the big four, which is 96% in the human body, is carbon, oxygen, hydrogen, and nitrogen. That's 96%. Then major elements, 3.5% is calcium, phosphorus, potassium, sulfur, sodium, chlorine, and magnesium. And trace elements, 0.5%. There is boron, chromium, cobalt, copper, fluorine, iodine, iron, manganese, molybdenum, and selenium. So the interesting thing here, John, is that, for example, iron and molybdenum, they're absolutely essential. We cannot live without iron. Many cofactors of proteins are iron-sulfur cofactors. And if iron in soluble form would not be available, even at the very beginning, and there is very complex machinery on the surface of cell membranes which transform iron in the environment into, they chelate it and transform it in usable form, and then import channels, they import iron in usable form into the cell. And then there are very complex biosynthesis pathways which construct the cofactors which are used in many life essential proteins. So you need to have all this machinery right from the get-go, or you cannot even start life.
That's a very good point. But hey, it was not always that way, Otangelo. Did you not get the memo that at some point we don't know what they are. We can't be able to recreate them, but at some point in the past, there were things that could do all of that we just don't have now.
You've said
just
your original claim was information has to have come somewhere, and I thought this was going to be a really interesting, conversation about how we understand information. But instead, you've just claimed that DNA is information, and when we pointed out that isn't really the case, you haven't been able to provide a definition of information, and now you're trying to talk about amino acids and elements. And MD's asked a really quite sensible question here to say, well, what is the actual question? What are you asking? Are you asking why these elements show up most commonly in living things? And the answer is what he's already said, which is, they're the most abundant and they're the most stable, and so they're the ones we have around. Or is the question how did amino acids first start forming? Which is a different question to why they're made up from these elements. And I don't really see why all these elements are the most common is even interesting. Because so what? If you're saying that some intelligent thing created the universe, and it's I'm going to have 118 elements for some reason, even though most of them I don't really have a use for, and then I'm going to make life out of 4 of them for some reason. Well, mostly life out of 4. Why even have elements? What's the point? What this is this completely nonsense thing. And why even have all this information communicate that you're claiming that there is? It just
I think that this is sort of what I was talking about earlier. Is there's a connection, I think, Mike, that you're making. You're saying there's 4 most abundant elements in our body. There's 20 amino acids that are used in our body. There's ATCG, whatever, these properties of DNA, and therefore God. And what I think we're missing is all the stuff in between that gets us from why is it relevant that there's only 4 elements to get to God? That's the sort of stuff that we're missing. We need to fill in that gap.
So, Mike, I would, if you want to address that position, I'm just about to unmute you.
He made a very relevant question here, John. MD Aware asked, well, why about these 4 different nucleotides, pyrimidines and purines? And the thing is that the nucleobases, they must be just right amongst millions of possible configurations and isomeric forms. And in order to have what's nuclease pairing, you need to have the right hydrogen forces between the nucleotides to have the ladder, the Watson-Crick ladder. In order to have the right forces which stick them together, you need the right bases and the right configuration. How do you get that amongst millions of possible configurations of atoms? This is something which I've never seen any atheist explain. You need, of course, you need selection there. You need to have the right basis. And if there is no intelligence with foresight which knows how to construct that, how do you get that? It's impossible.
Well, I mean, there isn't really anything you have to account for. There's no actual information. There's no real function. It's just chemical reactions
Yeah.
that are non-arbitrary. I mean, it's
and natural selection. Natural selection prebiotically.
Exactly. That's all we're working with, folks. Natural selection.
So that would be cool, but I don't think you need to be calling people pathetic. I mean, you're the one who's called in, who seems to be dodging questions and not providing definitions. So here is your chance. Here is your chance to resurrect this conversation.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, was a absolute epitome of the atheist Fantasyland projection complex that you just witnessed from Katie Montgomery. She accused him of dodging the questions and making this is literally what you're doing, not figuratively, literally. What you and MD Aware have been doing is nothing but obfuscation and avoidance of the obvious, and attempting to circumvent well-established principles that fall under your supposed areas of expertise. So either you are liars or you have extreme cases of atheist Fantasyland projection complex, and it is on full display in this stream. And hopefully some atheists will watch this and recognize and realize the level of just wow, jumping the shark that we're observing right now.
Well, John, we have names
Right?
for that: Dunning-Krugers and ultra-crepidarians.
True.
Yeah. Okay. What method to get I backed up to the 118 elements is how they specifically came together to form the 20 specific chiral amino acids. You're saying there's some kind of a mechanism there that's natural selection? How it's just odds. There's no feedback like a living thing.
So I think, all right, maybe this will help. There's selection that occurs on a chemical level when it comes to replication, right? So again, it's been like a minute since I was reading up on abiogenesis, but most scientists who study origins think that chemicals developed the properties of being self-replicating at some point, and that was sort of where this stuff came from. And self-replicating arrangements of molecules or arrangements of atoms would obviously become more abundant than non-self-replicating arrangements of atoms, because they're self-replicating, right? Like, it's an inherent property. So if a chemical or anything really has the property of being self-replicating, and nothing else in the environment does, eventually that thing is going to become more abundant in that environment. Does that make sense,
That's natural
Mike?
selection.
Yeah, exactly. That's a form of natural selection.
It's just maths.
Yeah, but how do you get to the self-replicating cell like RNA or DNA?
So
How do you get to there
we're
first?
trying to, the point is with all of this stuff is there are loads of very slow steps. Obviously we don't go from the local star creates hydrogen and then we've got like humans. There is billions of years here involved. So I'm just saying that when we, MD's just pointed out that one of the first steps here that we can highlight as being interesting is when we get chemicals which can self-replicate, which is that's quite a cool thing. It's, it's an interesting thing to look out for and see happening. And that doesn't mean we're saying the next step is cells or the next step is cells recreating themselves. It's that when we've got some chemicals that can self-replicate and some others that don't, then we're going to have more of that chemical. And then when there are more than one different type of chemical that can self-replicate, then they may well be competing for various components in that, or they might be competing for space, or they might, combine in different ways when they meet each other. And then there ends up being a really interesting and complicated process of loads of different chemicals doing loads of different stuff at the same time. We're not just suddenly saying, sorry, go ahead.
Name one chemical that self-replicates.
DNA.
All right, that was the line I was waiting for this entire this line, ladies and gentlemen. What you just heard is the primary reason that this stream is happening right now. This clown show, who calls himself a MD working on PhD in cancer research in genetics, just claimed that DNA is a self-replicating molecule. It is not a self-replicating molecule. There are over 120 something proteins that all work together to replicate DNA. Nobody in Origin of Life research claims that DNA self-replicates. Nobody. What the hell do you think the entire purpose of trying to come up with the RNA world was? You moron. I mean, Otangelo, go ahead, man. When I heard that line, I just wanted to I started yelling at the computer. Like, you have got to be kidding me. I've heard some dumb assertions from atheist hosts on these different shows, but that one really took the cake. Even Matt Dillahunty isn't that dumb.
No, Matt Dillon is still on the bottom, really. But hey, let me quote you here from Robert Shapiro, but from Leslie Oracle. He says, It is possible that all of these and many other difficulties will one day be overcome, and that a convincing prebiotic synthesis of RNA will become available. However, many researchers in the field, myself included, think that this is unlikely. And I have here a long list. I can put it in the side chat. Anyone can look it up. That is something which has been claimed for over 30 years, but it has never been proven to be true. So this is just pseudo-scientific fantasy land. RNA doesn't self-replicate, and it has never been shown to be possible in the lab.
Well, here's the irony, though. You were just referring to RNA. He just said DNA, which is even more incredible. Like, we can't even get RNA isn't even self-replicating in the context that he's referring to. I believe the math was done on the improbability of all the necessary factors that would be required for DNA to self-replicate. I believe it was 1 in 10 to the 1018th power. And that was the improbability for the different factors that would be necessary just for DNA replication, which is one of the reasons everybody's like, well, that's not plausible. So let's look for an alternative model, because there's no way it could get to that stage from the get-go. I mean, it's like, I know this guy said, it's been a while, quote, since I read anything on abiogenesis, unquote. But I mean, good grief, man. You're denying information. You think the DNA self-replicates. It's just, can't even make this up, folks. Cannot make this up.
I mean, let's be clear here. This is pseudoscientific gobbledygook.
Yes, it's dumpster fire
worthy. And you saw she brought in time. Time always seems to be the savior of naturalistic claims. Just give it enough time, and then somehow, slowly, but over millions of years, miracles will happen.
Yep. Yeah, give enough time. Hey, the DNA won't have, or whatever substrate you're using won't have, it won't have degraded or anything. But hey, as long as you have millions and billions of years for it to not do anything, yeah, we're good.
There is still a chance.
But it's not water. But it's not a chemical itself.
Sure, it is. DNA is a chemical.
Deoxyribonucleic acid.
Yeah, deoxyribonucleic acid. That's a chemical. Well, what do you think a chemical is, Mike? What's your definition of a chemical?
Self.
What?
Well, it's an element. It's a combination of molecules.
Everything's a combination of elements.
Chemical can be a distinctive pile.
Well, Katie, what is there so funny? This scholar is much more intelligent and well-educated than you are.
I know, the laughter, the falling back, the hand wave. It's like, and then they're like, it's a chemical. I don't know if you noticed, like, they seized on that. Well, what is a chemical? What's your definition of chemical? They seized an opportunity, like, oh, we're going to ask him what the definition of chemical is. And if he doesn't give us the appropriate definition of chemical, then we're going to like dismiss everything, just like with in relation
Yeah.
to what's your definition of information. When this is following up on these clowns are laughing after claiming that DNA is self-replicating.
Yeah.
I mean, again, ladies and gentlemen, atheist, Fantasyland, projection complex on full display. I made it up as a joke. It turned out to be completely real. It's a legitimate thing, and we're observing it happening right before our very eyes. DNA self-replicating. What do you call a chemical? I mean, I can't. Oh, I tell you what, I joke about this on a regular basis that you could be a stand-up comic, and all you need to do is repeat atheist talking points. And this, it's on full display yet again.
Oh, atoms, just like copper or like carbon.
So sorry, Mike. Can you just
water is a chemical,
right? I agree. So you're saying a chemical has to be a simple molecule?
Yeah, that range itself into that particular pattern that is like DNA. It's not just it's a specific range, specifically ranged. So what you're saying is, if you manage to make a DNA molecule, it's going to automatically self-replicate
under the correct environmental conditions.
Yeah, which is the same for anything.
Yeah.
Right,
but what are they going
to? If you put it in the right conditions, anything can be self-replicating. Did we just hear that? I think I just heard that. Did you hear that, Otangela?
Well, I mean, they are making up so many claims, and we are laughing about them, but it is actually sad because, I mean, they are influencing a crowd of people which just believe blind all that bullshit and these lies which they are telling. And most people don't understand what they are saying. And I mean, they behave as if they knew what they are saying, but the reality is that they are either lying or just they have no clue whatsoever what they're saying.
Yeah, it's bad. It's very bad.
self-replicate from? What's its source?
Well, that's what we need by the right conditions. It needs some of the components required for DNA.
Well, it's the same as saying like humans are self-replicating, right?
I mean, if you have the same things that are needed for DNA, didn't you just say that DNA was self-replicating? If you put the word self, that means you don't need other things if you are self-replicating. If you're non-self-replicating, but you can replicate, but you need other things to help you replicate, then you're not self-replicating by default. And you just now stated the other things for DNA, but then you're claiming that it's self-replicating, and you're dismissing the point that's being made by Mike the caller and claiming he's the one that's wrong when you just contradicted yourself. Like within 30 seconds of your previous talking point, you just contradicted your own position. I mean, folks, this is comedy gold. It's absolute comedy gold.
Humans are self-replicating. Well, I mean, you need two. So maybe, all right, let's pick an asexual reproducing thing like a bacteria. A bacterium is self-replicating, but you can't put a bacterium.
Did you hear that humans are self-replicating?
Humans are self-replicating. Well, you need another person, and you need all these pre-existing. Wait, hang on, folks. Didn't Mike the caller start this at the very beginning and say that you needed the DNA in the egg and sperm combo in the zygote that can have all the information necessary to form 200 different at least no less than 200 different cell types, and ultimately form into a living organism? I think that was what he started this whole thing off from, to which they attempted to, deflect from on what's your definition of information. And now we have once again, folks, a MD working on PhD researcher on the left. We have an electrical engineer on the right who is claiming that somehow humans are self-replicating when we literally cannot replicate by ourselves. I mean,
just
ladies and gentlemen, as I'm pretty sure that everybody in this room understands the birds and the bees, but I only have half of the necessary equipment. to actually, I don't even have half of the equipment. The woman has more than half of the. I only have the sperm. I only got the sperm that are needed to fertilize the egg. The woman's got everything else. I mean, this is just.
John, I think we should suggest them to rename their show into Talk Heathen Jokes.
I tell you what, it's astonishing.
In a vacuum and expect it to self-replicate, right? You need to give it the raw materials.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's the same with chemical, like any self-replicating chemical.
But a bacteria, but a bacterium, a live self-replicating bacteria.
Hang on, you need to have the raw materials. You have to give it the raw materials, or it won't self-replicate. And then they just contradict that as well. We're talking, like, that's in back-to-back sentences. Did they not grasp the point of what they just said? Oh, this is painful.
It's not just a couple chemicals; it's a whole bunch of range of things.
Yeah, but what's the difference? So, like, you can put. So, okay, do you know how we do testing for COVID, the PCR test? That is a method of rapidly replicating DNA. Right. That's how we test for COVID. We do.
When I heard this, I really was thinking, is this guy, like, is he actually this dumb? Seriously. He is referring to a PCR test. I mean, you have to have a polymerase for this. The DNA, or the things that are being replicated in a PCR test, are not self-replicating. There's additional components that are being utilized in order to execute the replication. I mean, why would you reference something that is not self-replicating to prove your point? Do you follow me on that, Angelo?
Yeah, I don't actually know how that works. I leave that comment to you.
Well, it's oh man, it's bad. Anyway, it's a polymerase chain reaction. Okay, so by default, you must have polymerase. Right. And I know you know what a polymerase is, right? So if in order for this replication that he's referring to take place, you must at a minimum have a polymerase, then the DNA that's being replicated or DNA or RNA that's being replicated is by definition not self-replicating.
Yeah, you need not only DNA polymerase, but you need at least 30 different proteins which are irreducible. That means they are necessary. If you remove just one of these 30 proteins, then you have no replication. Like helicase is absolutely essential. And in eukaryotes, it's much, much more complex. You need, in cases, up to 600 proteins which are necessary. So what is this guy talking about?
I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, this may be indicative of the incredible state of deprecation that is the modern Western civilization education system.
Do it in a test tube where this is, I was talking about earlier how I worked in the plant genetics lab. That was my thesis, was working on getting this DNA to self-replicate, and you have to get it in the right conditions, the right temperature for the right period of time. You have to give it all the building blocks, and then it'll self-replicate. But it's just chemical processes. There's no like magic. You just have to give it the right environmental conditions.
You're ignoring the human influence and the laboratory itself.
And the fact that you have to have a polymerase in order for a PCR test to work. Is this guy, did he say he did his dissertation or his thesis or whatever on this topic in the lab? I mean, buddy, I really am starting to question either your IQ points or your qualifications, like how you managed to make it all the way through med school and are now like resident of general surgery. I'm rather terrified, to be honest, that you might be slicing and dicing people if you think that a PCR is just like DNA self-replication. It's so bad.
Yeah, sure. But like, again, we can grow bacteria. So a laboratory is just a way of controlling the environmental conditions. And usually what we're trying to do is replicate on a smaller scale what occurs in nature.
you're using terms trying, just like the Miller-Urey experiment, to form amino acids to prove that the amino acids form naturally. How is an enclosed glass apparatus, it's a trap? How is that anything like the natural conditions?
Well, the idea is that you create a lab which replicates some natural conditions. You want to, if we want to be able to see if we can create the starting conditions for these kind of things, we say, well, what conditions can we do it in? We can make a lab and we can create these conditions, and we've created this thing.
I really wonder if they think that the conditions for a PCR test are even remotely relevant to a prebiotic context.
Of course
I mean, we all know that it's not remotely plausible in comparison to a prebiotic context, but I mean, it seems that concept seems to be completely going over both these people's heads. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's staggering.
And now we can say, could this condition have ever arisen on Earth at any point? And if the answer is no, then we know that that isn't the way that it worked. But we might be able to say, well, now we've got it working under these conditions, we can try and find some similar conditions, which are conditions that we've had on Earth. And like, that's the point of doing these experiments. And then when we have a situation where we're like, wow, we've created the conditions, that once was on Earth, and we've got these chemicals which are self-replicating, then we've shown that it's possible. Like, that's the argument here.
You can't make in a laboratory a full set of the 20 particular distinct amino acids.
We can't yet.
And that they won't form into a protein. And you can't go the other way by stripping amino acids out of animal. And
okay, Mike, I have a question. Before you go on, I just want to ask: do you mean that we can't, or that we have?
They were dogpiling the caller, and he hadn't even time to come forward with what he tried to convey. But here is a very relevant point. You have 20 amino acids, but supposedly on a prebiotic Earth, over 500 different amino acids. And in a call that I made and talked to MD Aware, I asked him about how was that selection, how did it occur prebiotically, where you have over 500 different amino acids, which are chiral, which are left, right-handed, and so forth. How do you select the 20 ones which are used in life? And they came up with a kind of, this kind of wishy-washy answers, which are not really an answer. But I mean, there was no selection. Why should there be a selection of 20 amino acids amongst hundreds prebiotically available? This is a very big abiogenesis problem, and I think just that alone puts an end point to abiogenesis. The fact that there was no natural selection to select those molecules which then are used in life.
Yeah, well, it's interesting on like the chirality problem. They say, oh, well, everything didn't have to be homochiral. And it's like, well, we have no examples of that, number one. Oh, well, back then it was dirty and it could just do this. Okay, well, again, we have no examples of that. And then beyond all of that, then there's the things with the spiral and chiral induced spin selectivity, and which is a relatively new, like within the last decade, discovery, which has even more significance on the importance and the necessity of chirality that I would wager none of these individuals are even aware of. And because, I mean, obviously a lot of active researchers are unaware of chiral-induced spin selectivity. And I mean, it's just like, it may be one of the reasons things aren't imploding is having chirality. So if you don't have the chirality, then you have like explosions. I mean, it's like, this is not made up stuff here. These are things that must be addressed and accounted for. And we've got individuals here telling wannabe atheists that PCR tests are proof that DNA is self-replicating when the PCR test itself proves beyond doubt the DNA is not self-replicating. I mean, it's like, you cannot make this up. Can't make this up, folks.
Haven't yet.
You can't.
How do you know that?
Yeah, are you saying it's impossible? Like, it's
because
theoretically impossible?
Because well, just like I know that scientists build an airplane, right? Science builds airplanes.
Yeah, and one time someone said it's impossible to fly, and now we can. So I think it's ridiculous to say that it can never happen. I feel like we're a little bit going around in circles here, Mike. It's an interesting discussion, but I think that maybe we could move on because we do have quite a lot of other callers, and perhaps maybe you could do some research on self-replicating chemicals. I did actually just have a look, and there was some researchers in the Netherlands who found a chemical which can reproduce, and it's benzenes. And it's like a ring of hydrocarbons with like sulfur involved, and it self-replicates, and that's just a chemical. It's not an amino acid, although that an amino acid is a chemical. It's not DNA, which is also a chemical, but it's maybe something you will respect as a chemical under your definition. It's just a bunch of, I don't know, you won't be able to see on there in it. It's just like a bunch of hydrogen and carbon and stuff, and that can self-replicate. So perhaps go and look up, what chemicals can self-replicate, and call in another time, and perhaps you can continue the discussion then. But we do have some more callers, and we'd like to get to those. But I would just like to say the ACA does actually have lots of different shows. I mean, obviously, this is the best one because it's the one with MD and I on it. But there are some other ones that you might want to catch up on if you want.
Yeah, that was hilarious and sad at the same time.
It really was. I don't even know what we watched, to be honest. I kept thinking maybe they're not actually being serious. Maybe this is just a joke. And then it's like, nope, they actually are continuing to double, triple, and quadruple down on these stunningly ignorant positions. And then at the end to be like, I Googled something. You should go do some Googling when you're sitting here telling me that a PCR test proves that DNA is self-replicating. You could have Googled that in 2 seconds or read the Wikipedia page on a PCR test and realized that does not in any way, shape, form, or fashion show that DNA self-replicates. I mean, come on, man. It's nuts. Okay, so folks, I got a couple more folks that we're going to do open mic discussion for a bit. So if everyone wants to join, link is in the side chat. I'm going to post it again. Join stream here. Hope you all enjoyed that review and were able to recognize just how staggering the lunacy that you just heard was. But welcome to the stream, Andrew and Tony. Andrew, you were first. What's up, man? How you doing? What are your thoughts? What struck you about this madness that we just listened to?
It was painful. And I took no interest in science when I was growing up. I'm taking even less interest in atheism right now, because if that's what represents atheism, well, they can go up a certain creek without a paddle.
Yep, I would agree with that. It's truly, truly amazing. And the fact that they have almost 90,000 subs on their channel, they get 1,000 to 2,000 people that watch live, and then 10, 15,000 views per episode. I mean, it's just amazing the number of people they're being able to influence with just completely false positions.
As I asked in the chat, how does this channel have any subs?
Right. Right. Well, I guess we have proof beyond doubt that there are some extraordinarily desperate individuals who are determined to not actually understand reality and to convince themselves that God does not exist. I mean, I think that's what it ultimately boils down to. All right, so Tony is in the house. I'm sure that this stream has Tony flipping out, jumping in circles, and wanting to go through the computer into the studio in Austin and be like, "What is wrong with you? This has never happened." But what are your thoughts, Tony? What stuck out to you the most, and what would you say was the most outlandish thing that you heard from these folks tonight?
Totally embarrassing, but they banned me. I can't even call there anymore. So, but yeah, they've convinced themselves and their audience that all this is plausible when the top origin of life researchers in the world can't even pull it off in a pristine lab. So,
Tony, would you agree that they reached Professor Dave level?
Yeah. Embarrassing.
It's about Professor Dave level.
Honestly,
he blocked me too.
I would honestly say that what we just watched is below Professor Dave level.
I mean, they didn't mention the polymerization machine.
Well,
right, we have machine. Yeah, good point.
Yeah, but here's the thing. wannabe Dave at least recognizes that there's information. So, I mean, while he may be every bit as off on his end conclusions, I would say that the level of just staggering ignorance, that award definitely goes to the Talk Heathen people.
Well, let's just assume there is a bunch of chemicals which react somehow. They start to become self-replicating, and then over a long period of time, somehow the miracle of life happens.
Right.
Exactly. All right. Now, next up, we got Slavic. What's up? How you doing? Welcome to the stream. I don't know how much you caught of the dumpster fire that we just reviewed, but what are your thoughts and what stuck out to you?
Yeah, I think it's crazy. The most thing that stuck out to me was when he asked her, well, she started saying that, chemicals self-replicate. And he's like, oh, yeah, give me an example of, self-replicating chemicals. And he says DNA, when they were just talking about pre-DNA chemicals that started replicating to create DNA. And then they asked, so what's a good example? And they said, bring up DNA. Like, completely, can't he hold a string, just a thought is like impossible for them or something. It's just weird.
Yeah, I don't know where they. Well, I think it showcases an astounding level of ignorance. If you're going to make those kinds of assertions and then be acting like the person you're talking to is the one that's actually ignorant, that just means that you don't actually understand the points that are being made. Either that, or you're straight up BSing and trying to make sure that your audience doesn't actually grasp the points that are being made. There's no, in my opinion, there's like no other way around it. Like it's one or the other at this point.
It did sound like they had no idea what they're talking about, because every time he would, like, the caller would bring up, some other kind of look like they try to jump onto the next rabbit trail, because they already ran out of buzzwords, I guess, or something to say. Because, like, how can you say that, like, literally he's asking for an example of a chemical that was self-replicating before DNA to create DNA. They need the chemicals that were self-replicating, and that's how DNA was formed. And he's like, okay, give me an example of that chemical. And he's like, DNA. I mean, we're just asking about pre-DNA chemicals. For me, that blew my mind.
Well, that's a well-justified, mind-blowing moment there. Okay, guys, why don't you all talk for just a second? I will be right back. I got to run out for a second, and I'll be back in like 2 minutes.
I do think James Tour has really good series on how replication happens, and all the studies they did on it. I think it's really good.
They would dismiss him and say he's not qualified, even though they're not experts in the field.
Oh yeah, of course, because
they have to say something, right?
You have to be
something. That is one of the cop-outs by just disqualifying your opponent and say that he is not qualified to say something in regards to the topic. We see that all the time.
Yeah. You have to be a PhD in origin of life, and you have to be an atheist to be qualified to discuss it.
Yeah, exactly. If you're a theist and you're in origin research, well, you're biased.
Right. You can't critique it. Right.
If you have a PhD and you don't agree with the atheism or naturalism paradigm, then you are either a liar or disqualified or something like that.
Yeah, even from an OEC perspective, this is utterly hilarious. It just doesn't make any sense at all.
If you go to the comment section of the original stream of Talk Heathens last Sunday, and there are maybe about 300 or 400 or even more comments, check and see how many of those which comment there will point out that their claims which the hosts made were completely insane. You will not find one comment They will all agree with the hosts.
Oh yeah, of course, because the hosts are the gods. That's the problem.
I think for me, it's hard to believe that that guy's an MD or was working on an MD.
I mean, I
No,
wrote,
he claimed to already have his MD, being in residency for general surgery and working on a PhD in cancer research.
Yeah,
Oh.
either I don't know. That to me, that's hard to believe because the guy could not keep just basic logical, inferences together. I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah, well, he is mentally defective, so yes, he does have an MD.
Well, I wonder if, because the
Good one.
information argument is such a common one that's brought up on all the ACA shows, I wonder if they have like predetermined talking points that they respond with, and like never actually, like, if somebody brings up the information, I wonder if they're like trained on this. Like, somebody brings up the information argument, you ask for the definition, like all those kind of things. Like, I wonder if they have like a train of thought they follow on that kind of thing.
Yeah. We laid the palm cards down somewhere, but we can't remember where they are.
Yeah, I just don't know. I don't know how these folks continue to make these such strong assertions, and the redirections and reframing techniques are, I mean, they do for the average person who doesn't understand the information, then their techniques probably resonate and make them usually come off looking like the winners in these scenarios.
Sorry.
No, go ahead.
They always have to. They a lot of their videos, they have a girl, I'll say a pretty girl with makeup, and she's laughing. I don't know. It must help their audience. It's like, yeah, okay. So if we have a girl in the background laughing, more people will agree.
And I do think another thing is that because there was two hosts, one of them kind of walks himself into a corner. The other one jumps in and completely changes the subject to a different kind of just trying to get the topic into something else. That's what, at least what I noticed here.
I mean, their tactics, having conversations are totally unfair, and you see they constantly interrupt the caller while they hate it when you interrupt them. And if the call goes for 30 minutes, in 90% of the calls, the host, they talk for 25 minutes and the caller talks for 5 minutes. And mostly when he is talking, he is not able to finish a thought or a sentence. He will be interrupted.
Yeah, like when he brought up just as a throwaway line that, just like a company makes an airplane, the other host just jumps in, well, yeah, airplanes are, people never used to think they can fly. When it was a throwaway line, it's like a jump on a rabbit trail right away instead of trying to hear out his analogy.
We didn't actually comment that, but that was just a crazy thing. Just because at some moment in back in time, people were not knowing how to make airplanes and they were able to figure it out. That means that abiogenesis is plausible. There has to be a way of how naturally chemicals can start to interact somehow, and over a period of time, they can become alive and self-replicate. What is the parallel here? There is no parallel. I mean, in order for us to make airplanes, we used our intelligence.
Yeah, and it's interesting how most atheists would be like, oh, you can't rely on, God of the gaps. But they have the same exact set evolutions of the gap, I guess. That everything, evolution solves all unknown problems. Well, somehow it does it. Just the evolution of the gaps, I guess.
Yeah, I call it naturalism of the gaps. We don't know yet how life started, but science will find out in the future. And when they will find out, it will be a natural explanation.
That's dogma.
I think in regards to the point about like not being made in the lab yet on the 20 amino acids, I think Katie said, I think her like direct response was not yet, which is obviously indicative. It addresses the point you guys are making right now of like evolution, naturalism / naturalism of the gaps.
Yes.
And it's like, so all of the experimentation is indicating that it's not plausible that it could happen without the intelligent agent. It could potentially be plausible with the intelligent agent in context of us. Like we as intelligent agents may figure out the necessary steps that would be required for us to create all these things in the lab. But that in no way, shape, form, or fashion indicates that they would form without our actions in the lab. Like it, and what it blows me away is that there is zero other context in which making the argument that they're making would in any other the manufacturing of any other type of thing, right? Even in chemistry, like nobody using James Tour as an example. So the light powered nano cars they built that have literal axles, wheels, all that kind of stuff, right? And are powered by light. Nobody would ever conclude that those things and the trucks and all the things they created would form themselves. Nobody. And they're just chemicals. And yet the proteins and the motor proteins, all that kind of stuff that enable life to exist are exponentially more advanced than what they created. But nobody would argue that what they created could ever create itself, even though it's the exact same concepts that are being utilized on a more advanced level inside of a organism. Anyway, enough of my rant there.
Yeah, can I cut in? Here's the problem with planes and cars and all things that are designed. We have air crash investigations. We have police that investigate accidents, and not all cars, planes, anything we design, even guitars, get off the drawing board because they just don't fly. They might get to a windside, a wind tunnel or something like that, but they don't all work.
And they still require design. I mean, a paper airplane would require design.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Everything that requires a design can crash. But if your paper plane crashes and gets a dent, that hard enough to get a rip, if you got a tear in it, it does a different thing.
I do think maybe there should be a more concise way of putting the what's it called? The argument for information or digital information in the genome. You know how they have very spiffy one-liners for that? Maybe that's what's necessary to get across to that kind of audience.
At one point, she even admitted that they don't even have a definition for what information is.
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying that if we had, on on the side of creation, a good one-liners to explain this, maybe it would get off the ground easier. Just like I heard this story that in church history, they would have songs, like battle songs, pretty much. They would sing to each other like rhymes, their theology, let's say that way. Maybe that's what's necessary to get this information across to people.
I think Fred Turek puts it best when he says, I may not know the bang, but I know who banged it.
No, that's a good point. I follow what you're saying there. So to your point, there are different relative one-liners. The problem is that the atheists just claim, like they respond with, "Oh, you're just talking about a metaphor," or as they were trying, the two hosts on Talk Ethan were trying to do, "Oh, it's just things that humans have applied on top of this thing so we can understand it better," rather than it actually being directly representative of the aspects of a code for communication, right? And the problem is that if you're dealing with individuals who refuse to grasp the obvious, right, and are so desperate to avoid the obvious that they're going to spew standard talking points that require a much more substantive, like, annihilation of their positions, right? They, like, it's very difficult to work around them without, taking the time to do so and forcing them to actually address the fundamentals of communication theory, right? Like, how does the Shannon-Weaver model work? What is information? Okay, reduction of uncertainty. Okay, cool. The sequencing of letter symbols, representative codes. What is syntax? What is semantics? What are pragmatics? Like, all these different things, right? What is code mapping? What are all the different steps that are necessary to do this? And the vast majority of them, like, either refuse to even address the points that are being made, or claim that it's just metaphor, or it's like, oh, it's just, analogy, it's just metaphor. Like, I had a debate with that about the guy still making those arguments, but like, for example, they always love to cling to the talking point of it's just chemicals, right? Well, you're talking about the symbolic representation of 3 base pairs that equals something else. You have source to target, right? But in this context, going back to the medium aspect, so you've got metal letters representing 0 and 1, right? They're alphabetic symbols, but you could also make them out of wood or wax, or change the 0 and 1 to be equal to different, either no impulse or an impulse based on X voltage going through a gate in your computer, right, to be representative of a 0 and 1, which then has another meaning when done in a block code, which now equals a alphabet representation from the ASCII code or Unicode. Like, all those different things have to be addressed, and we have just so many people that on the atheist side who just don't even want to address these things. And it's stupid stuff like, the question I have in the slide: can a medium have multiple functions? Well, obviously, it can be both the channel and contain the message. So, like, Braille is a great example. Braille can be made of wood, plastic, metal, whatever. The medium is metal. The little bubbles are metal. But if you know what the code is, then your fingers can scan over it, and you can know what is the information that's being contained in the syntax of the bumps that are arbitrarily assigned to be a source to target alphabet equal. And in this context, like English language, right? For letters and numbers, which are then derived via the syntax and the syntactic rules and the semantic values that are assigned to all these things, which are then extrapolated out into block codes of words. I mean, all these different things are very, like, the fundamental basics of communication theory, but we have atheists who run around claiming that somehow they're not applicable in any other context, even though we're using this exact logic to store data in DNA ourselves right now. And we're doing synthetic DNA synthesis from recognition of the code to create new biological functions. I mean, it's like, this is such basic stuff, and it's why I get so irritated when it's people who are supposedly the experts or have the credentials, i.e. this MD aware guy, and are just so stunningly ignorant. It's flabbergasting.
Yeah, and to add to the codes, the Enigma machines that they were trying to refer to, they had to crack those codes. But to my knowledge, there was only one code that the Germans didn't crack in World War II, and that was portrayed in a movie called Wind Talkers, I think it was. And that was based on the Navajo language the Native Americans used. And that was because the Germans didn't understand Navajo. They didn't understand the code, so they couldn't crack the codes of what the message was trying to say.
Yeah, they had the syntax of the language was so different than all the other languages they were familiar with. They were unable to figure out the logic of the syntax to be able to crack the code and to determine what the semantic representations were.
But that's not the only problem. You need also the Enigma machine, and that requires intelligence to make it. And you don't make it if you don't know for what you have to make the machine. So that was just such a stupid argument, which might be lying me when I
Yeah,
called in
yeah.
at the show.
Yeah, and the Enigma machine for the Navajo language was the brains of the Navajo people.
Well, exactly, and the whole Dylan Hunte making the claim that the Enigma machine somehow circumvents the necessity of a translator is just I'm still haven't gotten over that one. I mean, you still have to have the pre-existing alphabet has to already be assigned. The values have to be assigned. You have to have the encryption key in order to translate it, and then you have to have all the circuitry set up in order to do it. It's like the Enigma machine scrambles something and then re-indicates a alphabetic representation of what you have already input. Like you have a pre-existing language in, let's say, German, that is now being, you're taking the semantic and the syntax and the semantics of the German language, running it through a scrambler, which then is generating a alternative representation of that original value, those original values, which you then write down. And then if you run it back through the decoder with the correct algorithm, sorry, encryption key, then you can translate it. Like that in every way, shape, form, or fashion just reinforces the premise of encode, message, decode. Like, you're not circumventing this. You are affirming the necessity of the intelligent agency. It's staggering.
It's like a deaf person going up to a person who can't speak and waving their hands about and trying to sign, trying to tell the person that somebody's injured or something like that. And there's a fire or something like that. And you need to get out of the building and the person can't read the sign language. The code is useless.
Yeah, that whole thing is irreducible, and you need
real quick, Angelo. It's Andrew's taking off. Andrew, thanks so much for your $5 super chat. Appreciate it very much. Says sometimes you need to laugh to keep from screaming. Pray for those that are led around by blind fools. God bless and good night. Thanks, LPP. Now, I appreciate it, Andrew. Thanks so much for your support there, being a member, and for all your great comments. Appreciate it very much. Glad you got some. Hope you got some entertainment out of this. But you're 100% right. We do need to, while we're making fun of them and having frustration at the same time, we do need to recognize that they are blinded to the obvious and their hearts are hardened and they are desperate to avoid finding the answers, which truly would undermine their worldview. Go ahead, Otangelo.
Yeah, it can be any answer as long as it doesn't lead to God.
Yeah, the thing is that I speak like 3 languages, and each language has its own built syntax. Even though there's 2 languages I speak that are pretty close, still, if you don't understand the syntax, it completely destroys any comprehension. Even if you translate word for word, it just completely makes a difference. Nobody understands you anyway. So I think that's they don't realize that even if they have the same molecules, but it's built differently, nothing will work.
Yeah, if you don't have if the decoder does not understand the syntax and the code values of both the source and the target, then what you're talking about is the outcome. Like there's no way around it. If the decoder, like in this context, if you do not understand both the syntax, just for example purposes, you don't understand the syntax of English and Spanish, then by default, you're going to have translation errors, guaranteed. The same thing applies in mRNA codon sequence to amino acid. Like there is no way around this. You either have the correct one or you have the incorrect one. It's that simple, and you gotta understand it. Richard Neal's taking off. What's up, man? Hope you get some sleep. Appreciate you coming. And says I'm off to bed. Night, fam, and God bless. Appreciate you very much, Richard. Have a great night.
Yeah,
I think
John,
another way.
I'm also ready to leave, but I think we are coming to a point, John, where it's not even fun anymore. I mean, it seems that
that's
we
true.
are. I mean, it seems that we are right now starting to go into a situation of devolution on macro level of the intelligence of the atheist hosts in all these channels, where they come up with such crazy and foolish arguments and assertions. I mean, it's not even fun anymore. So, yeah.
Well, yeah, I definitely see where you're coming from that on Tangelo for sure. It is interesting. It's the same talking points on repeat and the same refusal to accept they don't understand what the hell they're talking about. It's it's getting bad. But Angela, I appreciate you spending the time to do this. Thank you so much for sharing this with me and joining me for this review. Because oh man, I have a hard time bringing myself to watch their shows, even though I know there's so much good content in there. It's hard sometimes to make it through. Just like, what am I listening to right now? Well, yeah, but this one was so good, hard to avoid.
Yeah. Have a good night, everyone. Thanks again, John. See you next time. Bye.
Ciao, Angela.
Good night.
Ken Joseph says, I'm off to bed soon myself. Thank you for such a great channel. Well, I appreciate that, Ken. Thank you very much for your support and coming and watching. And I hope all this can both create some entertainment as well as some, honest recognition of the sad state of affairs that Otangelo is kind of referring to there. Of like, I mean, we're in full scale destruction of critical thinking and actual substance in a lot of these discussions. It's it's kind of ironic. I think I've noticed this really over the last 8 or 9 months with Dillahunty in the debates he has been flipping out. I mean, going into full scale meltdown in basically every single one of his debates. And I think he's kind of like a indicative of the downward trend of the new atheists, at least the ones on YouTube that I interact with.
Well, the meltdown's a win.
Yeah, maybe I should watch some of his streams now, because I used to listen to him trying to see if he had any good new points. Maybe I'll just watch it for the meltdowns. But actually, I do want to say one more thing. I think what they did not really mention is that the information isn't just static. It's supposed to be becoming more and more, let's say it's adding more and more words or more information to build more and more to the system. And if the starting point is so small, let's say they have the letter A, you can't build a word out of it. So you keep adding more letters until you have 3, 4 letters. Then you got to figure out what information you can build out of those 4 letters, and then build on until you can build a whole. It has to be layer upon layer of information just to build the whole body. So I think that's one thing they did not mention, but I think it's pretty important to bring up in those kind of information.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, the problem is that what you're talking about from a linguistic perspective and just basic information theory and communication is 100% true. The irony is they don't even want to address the fact that you have to account for any type of information, let alone a communication system. And if you're going to deny that any kind of communication is happening and it's just chemical reactions, again, the medium has zero relevance to whether or not there's information transfer. And because we can translate or transmit Morse code and electricity, taps, music, sound, light, electrical impulses. I mean, there's a stones and a stick, stones and sticks, whatever. You can toothpicks. You could do Morse code and toothpicks if you wanted to, right? There's all sorts of different ways you could do this, assuming you know the code and both sides of it. But they don't even want to get to that stage, and it's very very sad. Okay, real quick we just want to join by Alex. Real quick, Alex, before you say you're up to, SFT says, anybody want an open mic soteriology discussion tonight on my channel? I'm considering it. Any and all welcome. All right, so anybody who thinks that would be fun, send SFT a yes or no on that one. And SFT, I'm probably going to wrap up here in just a little bit. If you were wanting to get that kicked off, just let me know and we can wrap up and everybody head on over to your channel. What's up, Alex? Good to see you, man. I haven't seen you in a while. How you doing?
Well, I've been working my butt off just trying to get over all these business owners that are squashed by the pandemic. So everybody's gun shy. Not sure what's going on here in California. So I've been one-legged man in a trash kicking contest. So anyway, yeah, I caught the last part of Tweedledee and Tweedledum cutting that guy off. And that happens these days. If you think you're going to go onto a person's stream or be live, it's just like a radio show. Radio host has an obligation to the channel, not to himself. He's licensed to the channel. So if he does anything wrong, he's booted. These people are licensed to basically lie. What is a medical doctor doing getting involved in anything evolutionary, to be honest? You call yourself a medical doctor, maybe as a scientist and not an MD. I don't know. Because my dad being a doctor and me growing up with all the doctor friends coming over to the house and everything like that, nobody talked about evolution. They were talking about new drugs that were coming out. They were talking about, what's going on. But I never heard one of them say, hey, we came from sea sponges, ever.
Yeah,
because that's not their thing. Yeah, that's not their thing. Their thing is to heal people, and you're not going to heal anybody by evolution. Oh, we developed this drug. Right. We developed this drug. Okay. What were the qualifications for this drug? What was the whole basis of your test study? What was the whole basis? Was it 35 to 39-year-old women? Was it men? What was on that study? Did you do people over 140 pounds? Did you people do under 90 pounds? What were the effects on those people? And they never show you that. And that's why a lot of the drug reps hated my dad, because they would come in and they would say, oh, we've got this new drug. And my dad would just say, okay, so what's the chemical composition of it? And they go, oh, let me look it up. This is before computers, so they'd open up the manila folder and they'd show it to me. He goes, oh, so you just changed the hydrogen. Okay, well, it's going to screw everybody up. They're all going to get diarrhea, yada, yada, yada. So no, I don't want that drug. And then it transitioned to where the drug reps started, basically selling to the doctors. Here's a trip to Hawaii if you do so many prescriptions in a month. Here's all this. And then everything revolves around these lab scientists that may change just one chemical base in any structure of any medication and call it brand new. Like acetylsilic acid, it's pretty easy. You can make it at your house. It's called aspirin. Aspirin is a blood thinner. It's one of the best cure-alls for anything, whether it's heat stroke or a stroke or anything like that, or a heart attack, because it thins your blood. But they won't let hydrochloric or sorry, what else? HCQ. They won't let hydrochloroquine be used as a during the COVID. I mean, how asinine is that? Because the drug reps. So I don't know who's fronting this channel, but it's not these two fart bags.
Every medical doctor I've ever met believed in God, and the most brilliant surgeons, some of them were Nobel Prize winners, and they were all Christian and Catholic. So,
100%, because they see things that nobody else sees.
Yeah,
they're like, wait a second, that just blows my mind. I used to hear stories from my dad. I can't believe so and so. I just tried this and it didn't work, and then all of a sudden we had a prayer. I always bring it up. My dad witnessed to every single one of his patients that went into any of his examining rooms.
Raymond Damanian is well respected in the medical community, and he was denied his Nobel Prize because he's such an outspoken creation.
Yeah, it's 100% blocked off because you let one in the door. Like, I don't know if James Tour's sandbagging or not. I just can't believe it's an evolutionist or a theist. I think that's part of the, kind of like the cloak to stay. Hey, I still believe in evolution, but here, nanotechnology. We've proved you all wrong, and but still, that's lying. Is it lying for Jesus Christ? I don't know. Peter tried that and it didn't work out so good. There's a fine line in order to stay functional inside the whole realm of any science laboratory. I don't care where it is, if it's chemical science or if it's anything to do with evolutionary science or microbiology or biology.
Yeah. I think Francis Collins does that just to be friendly with his colleagues,
because the ostracism. I mean, they will seriously,
Yeah.
They'll do the old conch thing like Lord of the Flies, and they'll just go kill them. Not literally, but they'll just send them off the island. And then what do you do? Because now you're on People Magazine, you're in the every single website, and yet they'll favor Alec Baldwin for shooting 2 people. It wasn't just 1 shot; it was 2 shots. What the heck are you doing? Aiming any type of gun at any person, even as a joke. It just doesn't go that way, but they'll let him off the hook because he's a good player with what he does.
Yeah.
And we can all see it because we're given the power of Jesus Christ to see through all this mumbo jumbo.
And it's funny, like these meltdowns, Aaron Rod, Delahunty, they can scream, curse, act like savages, and they want us to act like that. That's
right?
And if we do even raise our voice, it's they'll just hang up on us.
Yeah. Well, I don't know if you've ever caught it. The guy's kind of quirky. I like him. Some of the streams are kind of wonky, I guess you could say, but it's Shock of God. You ever heard that guy?
Yeah, he's been around a while.
He calls that guy 20 times a day.
Oh, I know. He's been doing that for like 15 years.
Exactly. And he has that little atheist test thing, and I just love it because it's kind of like that thorn in Delahunty's side. Is he going to call me today?
But he would ride around on his motorcycle, I think. They kept deleting his YouTube.
Yeah.
Is that the guy? Yeah, he's been around. Yeah. I remember him from years ago. That's back when I was an atheist, man.
There's a guy that, God, I can't remember his name. Zach Hubbard. He's into gematria. And I had a off whatever talk because he really was questioning a lot of things that happen, movie industry, sports. And he doesn't bet himself, but he's been correct on the last 7 Super Bowls, just based off of numbers, because all of these sports and everything are all based off of a Kabbalic number. So if you go into, what their coach's record is, what the, how many years it's been since they've gotten into the, whatever championship game and this and that. And I said, is that by any happenstance, or how is this happening? They're just picking numbers like from 100 years ago and planting it into all these sports things because, you can pay off a player. Okay. You can pay off a player. It only takes 1, but that becomes self-evident when the guy's dropping the ball all the time. The fans get on him and they fire him like the USC coach, or they fire him like, any sports player. They just say, get rid of him. Because now the public can see it. You can only hold that live for such a short time.
Right.
But the interesting thing is, he goes, yeah, I believed in God. He gave the same thing. Oh yeah, I believed in God for a while. I tried it out. I said, wait a second, time out. You tried it out? Wait, did the Jesus suit fit? I mean, what are you talking about? You tried it out. He goes, well, I tried going to church. It was, one of these things. I said, you need to get into the Lord, and they've banned he's on I think his 40th channel now. I think his 40th channel. Yeah. But he's so close to getting at that point. And there's so many people that are like that, but like these 2 jokers that cut this guy off, and they muted him. They didn't allow him to say anything after the airplane thing because they know, that argument. And then she comes up with the regular thing. Well, they thought they couldn't fly before. Okay. Yeah. That's a possibility, but we fly now.
It all required design, though. Using the Wright Brothers machine, the earliest plane.
Yeah. Well, Michelangelo and whoever else, he got the idea off of, and furthermore, there's a design in everything, and it doesn't matter if it's the smallest, minute biological creature or it's the largest of the large whales. There's a design to what their purpose is. A baleen whale eats all that little bacteria, eats it all. That's what they eat. They don't eat, sharks and yada, 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 which they could swallow them and all that. They eat little microscopic bugs, basically. That's their food. That just blows my mind. And there's a design to that. It cleans the ocean. Because have you ever been next to the ocean with a red tide?
Oh yeah, I fish it all the time. Man.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
I go fishing every weekend. I've seen it, and the smell.
Hey,
The smell down here.
So during the shutdown, Tony wasn't just fishing on the weekends. He was fishing like every day.
Well, I live
And
right
let
on
me
the
get-
ocean.
Well,
Yeah.
I know you do. But he was fishing like every day. And
That's
how do
awesome.
I know? How do I know this? Because he kept sending me text messages with pictures of what he had just caught while he was still on the boat. While I'm sitting there, I'm working, and he's like sending me pictures about how he's like off on his boat fishing right now.
That's awesome.
I'm like I said, I'm not jealous. It was more of a like, congratulations, buddy. Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm glad you're having a good time, because somebody needs to be, right?
that's awesome. Are you East Coast or West Coast, Tony?
I'm in Melbourne on the East Coast. Anybody that wants to come down, man, take you
Florida?
out. Yes.
Yeah, nice.
Yep.
Nice.
I'm right on the ocean, man.
Was it you redefined talking about leaving California? I mean, I tried it once, it didn't work out so good, but I'm still on that boat. I got to get out of here.
I've been trying to convince Sam to redefine as Sam. I've been trying to convince him to start looking at dipping out of California, because he's like in.
Yeah.
Well, I won't say where he is, but
Right.
Let's say he's in a well-known area, put it that way.
Right.
And I'm like, dude, you could sell your house and
Yeah.
just bail out of California. And he's got family stuff, and doesn't want to leave his wife's family and stuff, which I totally understand that. But it's like, man, it's coming. Things are coming to the point where it's not whether or not you want to leave or would like to leave. It's like you almost need to get the hell out of there, because it's.
All right. So case in point.
The implode. Let's be honest. The implosion of America is guaranteed. But California is going to implode, but first.
Well, yeah, we're the largest economy in the union. So let me give you a case in point. I have part of Los Angeles County, and I have all of Orange County. And Orange County is a pretty large county. I go into LA County. It is, if you aren't wearing a mask, it's almost like the Body Snatchers movie, where they just yell at you, like they scream. Ah! Literally, if you get out of your car and you forget your mask and you approach the door, it's almost as if they lock it. You forget the mask, because I'm in Orange County. We don't need the mask to walk into a lot of places. I mean, I abide by it because I gotta, work on a customer or something like that. So I do what makes them feel comfortable, because I don't want a little black mark on the little, deal there. So it's depending on which county you're in, it's worse than the other county. And I've never seen anything in my life, anything close to that. This is beyond segregation of color. This is beyond segregation of sexual orientation. This is beyond anything that they've tried previously. This is a segregation of those. They're mandating that children now. No, it's not if, it's when are you going to get the shot? And do you hear this cuckoo thing? You can mix the different companies.
For the
booster.
Yes,
I don't know. It's not. Yeah, I don't want.
I know exactly what we're talking about, and I agree with you.
So,
it's off. It's so insane.
Yeah, and I want to go to a place where, like Florida, I guess, one of those type, Alabama. I have a buddy who's from Alabama. I have friends in Tennessee. I have friends in Georgia, where you don't have to really deal with all this until you go to a big city like in Georgia. Where it's just people being people, and economies are thriving. But once California is toppled, right now California is it's over the trillion mark now in unfunded liabilities. That means pensions for firemen, teachers. 30% of all workers in the state of California work for the government. And they join it because you get that pension at the end. So that's, it's very top heavy. Firemen are right now leaving, forgetting the pension, just saying, hey, or they're taking early retirement, taking half of their pension or whatever it is, and just getting out of Dodge. And this show is just a minute part of what's actually going on in the medical fields, science fields, anything that has a lab, attached to it. in any
Yeah.
school anywhere. Doesn't matter if you're at Chapman University. Doesn't matter if you're at Notre Dame or you're at Florida State or Florida. It doesn't matter. They're all the same because they have to. If they don't, then they get their credentials taken from them. You have to become a private school that's based off of private funds, private everything, and no school can exist with that anymore because then they won't be able to get the electronic textbooks.
But one thing that's crazy is that we're getting an echo here. One of the things that's really crazy is that I was just seeing this, that they're going for kids. They're circumventing. Hey, we're getting an echo. Wait, I'll put you on mute for a second, Alex. Alec, looks like Newsom's putting a mandate in that kids are going to have to take it, even if they're going to private school, which is just insane.
Yeah, well, we have that problem here. 12 to 16-year-olds now have to be jabbed, or else.
Yeah. Private schools are not private anymore because they're part of the economy of schooling. The only thing left is homeschooling. That's it, homeschooling. It's the only thing that's left because my Catholic high school, Mater Dei, all of them, Sarah, all those schools have been mandated by the state of California that they have to teach certain things or else they get their, that's through the archdiocese as well.
Yeah. Well, here in Australia, we went through that a long time ago, and I think we would be the exact opposite of you guys because I can think of medical professionals who are Christians, but I can think of many who are not. And they will not become Christians. They will not change. They've changed for varying reasons, but they are great medical people, and they do know where to go. One in particular that I knew had all of the contacts, and she was so good that I only left her going to her when I got married, and my wife didn't want to go back to her, and they're now ex-wife. And I've just had to change GPs many times. That's a general practitioner in medical terms, just so you understand.
No, I completely get that, Andrew. I completely get it. When I was there from 90 to 99, I saw the change with the medical system and things like that. When my ex-wife was pregnant with our daughter, the doctors went on strike. I was like, wait, doctors can go on strike? What's this all about? Things have changed. Not saying that all the medical and everything like that is constructed by the government, because you've obviously given some examples, and we had that with I can't remember her name. She was a general practitioner, and she did a lot of things for the family for about 4 years that were helping us out, as far as, because I'm a type 1 diabetic, and they were trying to put me on a certain insulin. I said, no, my body's not going to react to it properly, this and that, because it's a synthetic insulin that doesn't start with the human DNA strand, yada yada, and it's a synthetic DNA, so it can hit you mostly when it's hot and muggy. It seems that your body's cooling off system, it overreacts, and then you get a low blood sugar. So it's so there were a lot and she said, oh, here we go, we can get this, we can still get it in. It was made in the United States at the time, which I don't think most of the things are actually, they may be stamped made in the USA, but I think they're the ingredients are pre-cooked in another place, and they just formulate it at the point of distribution. I think that's what but yeah, I feel for you. There are quite a few that are, but like I said, they've also seen some miraculous things. They just put it down to happenstance. It's like, oh, this worked out. It's a wonderful thing, the human body, but it can go downhill very fast if the metabolism is not equalized and equilibrium state through a good doctor. A good
Yeah,
doctor,
sure.
you know, just one doctor can throw you out. Yeah.
My mother was also a nurse, so that was another fun part.
Awesome.
You're talking about these mandates. I'm originally from Ukraine, and in Ukraine right now, it's crazy. People can't get on a bus even to travel around Ukraine because if you don't have a passport, you're not allowed getting out of your house.
Oh, jinx. So I'm going to guess the other language you speak is Russian?
I speak Russian and Ukrainian, but yeah.
Yeah. I try to learn both of those.
Yeah, it's pretty difficult just because the way the language structure is completely different. So
Yeah, but you do learn words like the and us and that sort of thing sort of out.
yeah, especially people that are trying to learn English, they always forget those words because it's not in that language at all.
Yeah.
My oldest sister, she's 15 years older than me, so she was long story, she was getting ready to go. She was going to college, and when the Soviet Union was still in play, like right before the collapse, and she'd become fluent in Russian, and the CIA tried to recruit her to work for them because of, well, she's very, very smart, had graduated with honors and all that kind of stuff, but full scholarship, academic scholarship, all that kind of stuff, but also because she was fluent in Russian and had learned Russian from a native speaker, that they tried pretty hard to recruit her in college, as she turned them down. But that's it's amazing at that time how valuable understanding Russian was for anybody in relation to the intelligence community. Now, of course, it's Arabic and Armenian and a couple other key languages, I think, are the primary targets.
I keep wondering if Chinese is on high on the list already because of the tensions there.
Yeah, is what's still going on with all of the Crimea annexation and everything? Is I last time I'd read up on stuff, I've seen the news, everything kind of fallen off the news, but last time I'd read stuff, there was like pretty direct conflict still going on about that.
Yeah, it's actually been going on, little skirmishes every once in a while since it started. I actually just talked to a guy today. He was helping out at a church, and then he said that he moved here 2 years ago, and he was pretty much running from the Ukrainian army because they were trying to get as much guys as possible and just send them out to the front. And he has a family. And he kept going to Russia to work just to not get picked up by the police, and he was working on his paperwork to get out of this country too at the same time. But it's pretty crazy over there.
Yeah, well, I've been following that whole deal since the annexation happened under Obama, and I'm just like, well, we're not seeing what Putin's been talking about or anything. We've been just talking about this for who knows how long, and let's be honest, if the European Union would have acquiesced to the treaty about not blocking the strait between Denmark and Denmark and Sweden, I think, for the export of natural gas, he might not have gone and taken over the. I mean, let's be honest. The ports there and the ability to have an additional export location is of tremendous economic and strategic and military strategic value for Russia. Let's just be blunt. And
yeah, they actually had a document they signed a long time ago that they were actually renting like a portion of those islands for a military base. So they already had troops there before the annexation. And another thing is that most people that lived there actually spoke Russian because the whole eastern side of Ukraine spoke Russian.
Right.
So, especially when I don't like to get into politics, but especially when the Ukrainian government started being more nationalistic and started making a language barrier a big deal. The people on the east, they were just getting more and more upset about all these. Like, they're pretty much telling them, you can't speak Russian even though you grew up with Russian for the rest of your whole life. You got to now speak Ukrainian. So
Gotcha. So they were basically creating artificial segregation.
yeah, it was. They did it just because the people that came into power after they overthrew the government there, because there was like 2 overthrows in a row, but they came up as a nationalist Ukrainian party, and that's how they got power. So they had to kind of keep going down that road to keep their base alive, and that kind of made the split even greater.
I can definitely see that. Yeah, I'm assuming some of them are probably wanting to erase any and all memory of the time with the USSR and such, and all the tyranny associated with that. I assume probably has some aspect to it.
They were trying to erase everything. Like there was some even silly stuff that was going on. Like there were some old little villages, and they would name them after like New York and other like Western countries, just because they wanted to erase every single trace of it. Which the people that live there, like I have relatives that live there, they don't give a care about all that stuff. But it's just that whoever screams loudest is heard.
Right.
And the people that just kind of do their own thing, that's what happens. They just get run over.
Well, I think we are also observing the exact same thing here in the United States with all of the attempts to erase history and, monuments and statues and renaming stadiums and streets and everything else. Like, oh, yeah, we're going to erase the foundation of our civilization, and then think that there's no attempt from a political perspective to rewrite the power structure. Like, no. This isn't a very common tactic throughout history. You erase the memory of the things that came before, and you can rewrite it to serve your own ends as well as to influence the outcome of the future. It's a very well-known tactic.
That's exactly why civilization collapses. There's nothing else to build on. If you don't know your past, you can't see the future. That's how it works.
I was just thinking that.
Alrighty, well, I'll say ciao. So thanks for the conversation, and see you next time.
All right, see you later, Andrew. Appreciate you joining us, man. Have a great night, or a good one.
Ciao.
What's up? We get Alec. You're on mute.
Oh, yeah, press the wrong button. Hey, I'm gonna bail as well. Nice chat, and I'll try and get into the streams a little bit more because the workload's getting a bit. I've done tons of work in the last 3 months. It's just like, making a new foundation. So yeah, I had to rebuild it again.
Gotcha.
So everybody seemed to forget everything during the shutdown.
Well,
right,
yeah. Well, good luck with that, man. It's great seeing you. Come back anytime, as always.
All right, have a good night. See you.
What's up, Sal?
Man, who let Sal Cordova stop working on papers late night and come in and join streams? Like, that's just not that's not acceptable, Sal. I think there's something else. Is Sal frozen, or is he like giving me a hardcore stare right now? I think Sal must be frozen. What do you guys think?
Yeah.
Sal is either given like the ultimate. Sally was either given the ultimate death stare right there, or froze there for a second. Oh man, I see that for a second. I was sitting there thinking like, oh man, did I do something to make Sal mad? Because man, I haven't seen him look that intense in a while.
But you know what? I think the same thing happens with even like people saying that the science is all about like only atheists can do like good science.
Scientism.
Yeah, exactly. They keep forgetting that science was started by the like Christians. Even in the West, the reason the science started is because of I think I heard there's a study that they were looking at why
They'll
there was.
They'll say that was 300 years ago. They didn't know anything. Of course, they still believed in God back then.
Yeah, but like even why science started, in China they had pretty good technology. They had like stuff moving along, but science didn't start because they did not see the universe as comprehensible or uniform.
Right.
It never started, and they don't see that as important. Like, just erase everything. Just
Well, to your point about the scientific method, I mean, there's debate of whether it was Sir Francis Bacon or Galileo Galilei who created the scientific method, but either one of them believed in God. So it's kind of like no matter which direction you look, you're still ending up at the same end conclusion that you were kind of alluding to.
True.
But I do think it's, especially this video that we just, that went through the arguments they had. It's pretty painful to watch people that, talk to so many people, and then
Delahunty's the worst. Atheist Experience and Atheist Edge, and I've been on all of them. They just hang up on me. I'm not as patient as other people.
Yeah.
What's up, Sal?
Hey, sorry I cut out. I'm trying a new computer in another room and it's not working.
Oh,
So
gotcha.
I'm back.
Well, Sal, we thought you had to go do, be zen for a few minutes to overcome that very intense stare you were giving us there for a minute.
Oh, no, I'm not into Zen. We know who he is. It's not me.
How you doing, brother? You doing all right? You been having a good one?
Hanging in there, brother. It's been busy, and I miss hanging out with you all guys. And I dropped into some of the streams, but when it gets to be about 10 people, I'm like, well, it's just going to be. It's not as fun as when I get quality time with LPP.
Well, don't be boosting my ego. It's but I trust me, I understand the whole aspect of once you get above about 7-8 people, you're almost guaranteed to get into a dumpster fire at some point. I mean, there is a reason that I added the dumpster fire icon to indicate when things are melting down. So,
well, I really want to thank you for still hosting the open mics, because it really is not as fun when sometimes when you're running the controls, you don't have a chance to really enjoy the show. So sometimes it's after I'm off here that I can actually relax and enjoy, because it is work to try to manage a show. So I'm really appreciative that you've hosted these open mics.
oh, well, I appreciate that. It's yeah, I think it also requires an aspect of being a jerk to or being willing to be a jerk when necessary. That is requirement for managing late night dumpster fire open mics. Like if you don't have a certain aspect of dickishness, then there's going to be there's definitely going to be problems. Of that, there is no doubt. It's although I don't know if you heard me the other day, I was whining about the fact that StreamYard needs to institute a global mute button for the administrator, like the person hosting. There needs to be a global mute button. You just like push it, and everybody gets cut off, because it's a pain in the neck having to click mute on everybody. It's really, and of course they immediately unmute, which is frustrating.
Yeah. And on my channel now, it's only invited guests, because we've just had too many. If we get certain people there on an open mic, they'll just be dominating the show, arguing with each other. So I'm not, if I had been more like you, I would have been able to settle that. But sometimes when you have friends, it's like, if I take sides with one, I'm going to offend the other. They're just like, yeah.
Well, sometimes when they're both being goobers, you just boot both of them at the same time. It's just like, okay, you know what? Both of you done. You're gone, because neither one of you are being remotely rational at this point, and we have degenerated into total, staggering inferno level. It's time to we're beyond dumpster fire. It's time to end this up. So, quick sidebar. So, guys, the point we were making, you guys were making about the sheer number of people that those folks get, like that episode that we just reviewed. As of right now, so it streamed yesterday, and as of right now, it has 12,559 views.
It's crazy.
which is a heck of a lot in one day.
Heck of a lot of brainwashed idiots.
Yep. And what's funny is in the comments I was kind of looking through, the Mike guy that called in was, all the chat or the people in the comments were all arguing about how, he was the one that was nuts and didn't know anything and naive and all this other kind of stuff. It's like,
I have a purely admin question. I finally got my Google AdSense and I got approved for monetization like within
nice.
3 days, which was
nice.
quicker than I expected. Do I have to click something to enable a super sticker?
Yeah. So in your studio, you on the left is the main menu. You scroll down to there's a monetization option. So you click that, and then it opens up a new window, or not a new window, but the new page, and then you'll see up at the top it'll be like membership, super chat. Let me see. There's a couple other things. Let me see. And then you have to click on those and then turn them on.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so
if that's all I need to do, then I'm going to try it once.
Okay, so monetization, and then you see overview, ads, membership, supers. So you click on supers, and then you'll see super chat and super stickers, little button switches on the top right, and you just turn those on.
And it'll do it for all the streams or whatever. Which will
if you do it in the global setting, then
oh, there.
Yeah.
Let's see. So there's a see purchase super chats and stickers. Well, I'll look through it and click through it if I get stuck. I don't want to waste your time on it, but that might be all I needed to enable. But now it's kind of a bummer because I won't really be doing a lot of streams anymore, as much as I love them. So I probably will just kind of look for an open mic like what you host. So you'll probably be getting the super chats and stickers, not me, which is fine with me. You're a great guy, and I'm glad I could, if I can help increase your subscriber base and make your shows more interesting, I'm happy to do it, because it takes sometimes for me when I prepared a show, like if I like to kind of have a topic in mind, and sometimes it takes a little bit of work, so
well, it can take work if you're actually being if you're analyzing a paper or something. That's way more complicated. If you're just analyzing the dumbassery that is anything from the atheist community of Austin, doesn't really require that much doesn't require that much preparation, because it's like, okay, so standard atheist talking points delivered in an even dumber way than normal. Excellent.
Well, there is a room for entertainment, and trying to, like when I hear them talk, it's like, what's the most efficient way I could dispense with their arguments, and I'd have to say it's challenging to be succinct and clear, and so when they're talking about replicators and natural, it's like, even though I've engaged that argument before, it's like I'd like to be able to have like a 1-minute rebuttal really fast. It's really succinct, and the problem is when you give succinct answers, the people still it just glosses over them. If they knew more chemistry, I mean, one thing I noticed, like in James Tour's chat, I could tell a lot of them were like chemists, professional chemists, right. And they're saying this is really good stuff. They'd say, I tried this in the lab. I wouldn't even dream of trying some of this.
Yeah, the creation of all those easy things that Wannabe Dave says we have a machine for are just no problems whatsoever. Well, but I tell you, part of the reason that I did this stream today was the fact that the MD Aware guy claims to be both a current resident doctor and a PhD candidate in cancer research, and was making the most incredibly inane and ignorant claims about the topics. I mean, the guy claimed that a PCR test proves that DNA is self-replicating.
Well, yeah. If you have proteins, so that's being like dishonest.
Well, I know, but he had before this, he had claimed that DNA was a self-replicating molecule, and nobody. I mean, everybody knows that anything knows that DNA is not self-replicating, and
I mean, it's PCR as in polymerase
chain reaction. That's what
Yeah.
PCR stands for. So if you have to have a polymerase, then by default, the DNA is not self-replicating if you need a polymerase in order to replicate. Like,
So,
hello.
I mean, I would put that in the dishonest category. Now,
right. My point is that either
really
you're
sketchy. I'll tell you who is an MD PhD certified as Swami Das. And Tor took him to task on his idea about the RNA world. I was so glad James Tor took him to task on that.
Well, he did. So he did, and so did Michael Behe in their most recent interview, when Behe basically, because Swami Das tried to bring up the flagellum as usual, right? Oh, it's just a bunch of repeats and all that kind of stuff. And then Behe was like, I guess you haven't read the most recent research on that, because I forget the number, but it was like 24 or 20. So it was a significant number of like individual, like different components that they didn't even know were involved in the, when the polymerase was the flagellum was being dismissed by Miller and all them. The research at the time, they basically, I guess the imaging technology was not superior enough to really get all the details. And fast forward to now, when there's been new analysis of it, they found there's a whole bunch of additional parts they didn't know were necessary beforehand. And that's what Behe basically called out Swami Das on, like, you're repeating like decade-old talking points, was basically what he said to him. And it was pretty funny because the way Behe is like the most patient, just chill, laid-back guy of all time. It was one of the only times I've ever seen Behe almost be getting worked up over something. You could hear like a tinge of irritation in his tone of voice as he responded to Swami Das. It's pretty funny.
Swami Das, his stuff is a mess. He keeps saying this is, evolutionary theory is such great science, and it's like, no, it's not. It's garbage. Yeah, and then he's defending abiogenesis. And the thing about, I wanted to say, so you believe that Jesus turned water into wine, don't you? Okay. So at what point are you going to start to invoke miracles? Here you have scientific evidence that probably a miracle is indicated. And you're just going to punt. It's like, okay.
Yeah, that's one of the single biggest logical contradictions I have with the theistic evolutionists generally. And it's not some old earthers, but mostly theistic evolutionists, when they like want to claim that God would not interfere and not be physically interacting with the world in relation to its formation and in the existence of life. But then simultaneously says they believe in Jesus being the divine actualization of God in the flesh, who, and to what you were alluding to, performed miracles, still has raised people from the dead, also like that. So in that context, you're totally okay with God interacting directly with life forms, but you think it's completely counterintuitive to think that he would have done so in the creation of said life. Like, exactly. to me that makes no sense.
No sense. Yeah. And so some people have been challenging the theistic evolutionists on the Old Testament. I said, just challenge them on the New Testament. Ask them if they believe Jesus turned water into wine, and then go from there, because it just doesn't make sense. So it's like you're willing to accept that act of special creation, but then you'll accept a flimsy theory that doesn't have proof. Oh, by the way, before I forget, wanted to say hi to everyone. Tony, if I forgot to say hi to you, sorry. Greetings, Tony, and Jamie Russell's here, and Slavic. So greetings.
Nice to see you. I wanted to say about Swami Das, and I don't want to be mean, and I'm sure he's a smart guy. Every time he talks, he he never says anything. In my opinion, never makes any points. He just kind of like, if I'm just totally frank about it, it seems like he's like he was a young Earth creationist. He had a really like switch over kind of thing that was really probably traumatic, which I've heard him describe, and then it's kind of like when he in his mind he realized it was okay, like he could still be a Christian and believer, and then get his degrees and his prominence or whatever, and now it's just like he just kind of like accepts it on authority that it's all true, and he never makes any actual case for it. It's just like he kind of thinks like he can look down on everybody and just be like, look guys, it's okay, it's fine, don't worry, it's all true. And it's like there's just no substance there. But I do appreciate some of the things he wrote in that his book on Adam and Eve in a certain sense. But I don't know, maybe I'm being totally unfair, but it's just the way.
No, I think that's very, in fact, that's more generous than I would be. Honestly, I mean, his science sucks. That's how I'd put it.
Yeah, and I saw that Behe and him interview, and Behe did take him to task.
Yeah,
it kind of just was like, okay, man, like all he ever says is like, come on, you guys, it doesn't matter. Like we can still be Christians, and this is all true, but I don't have any arguments.
Yeah. I wanted to say, Swami Das, you want to believe it, fine. Don't advertise it as good science because it's not. Both your abiogenesis theory, and you have a world-class chemist calling you out on it in James Tour, and then you have also Michael Behe. And then I posted stuff on that peaceful pseudoscience site, and I said, okay, explain the evolution of these things, and he didn't come up with it. I'm just like, okay.
Yep.
So you're accepting it on faith, just admit it. Don't pretend like you actually have any credible experiments or viable theories.
Yeah, I'm all for peaceful science.
Listen, Sal, there is some green algae that if you inserted a predator into their environment, they become multicellular, okay? And they form a colony. So just want to let you know that evolution is proven beyond all doubt by this. And beyond that, I'm pretty sure we've seen some lizards that give birth by egg and some by placenta. So again, proof beyond all doubt of evolution. So I'm just gonna need you to get up with the times, buddy, and start to recognize the proof of real-time observations of evolution. Okay, you got me?
I gotcha.
I heard it from Dr. Danny Boy Stern Cardinal, so must be true. Proof beyond all doubt. Oh wait, and I think there might have been some endosymbiosis at some point, and yeah, man. So evolution is proven, buddy.
You saw my debate with RJ Downard. He was trying to throw that at me, and I was calling off references from the top of my head. I don't think he expected it.
Yeah, it's.
I said, RJ, you are aware that 85% of the proteins in the mitochondria come from the nuclear genome, don't you? He's like, so where'd you get that? I said, Penny and Kurland, 2003. It's like, he said 80. I said, yeah 85%. How do you account for that? Without the creature dying, if the mitochondria can't exist without the nuclear genome. So how do you like them apples?
Yeah.
I said, why don't you read that paper? They said, oh, that's not the most up to date. I said, RJ, since 2003, the more up to date is even a more devastating case. The only reason I cited that was that's the reference I had off the top of my head. But if you want to have a discussion about this, you can come on my channel. We'll review the most current literature.
Well, listen, RJ has the most comprehensive library that exists. So I don't know if you missed that memo, Sal, but
yeah,
his
library. He got a lot of his eukaryotic stuff from Jackson Wheat.
Well, that doesn't surprise me. I wonder what old Jackson Wheat's up to these days. He kind of he's faded off since his debate with
Anderson.
Was it Anderson? Yeah, I think it might have been Anderson.
Kevin
whoever
Anderson,
just completely annihilated him. Yeah, who just completely obliterated him in relation to the Linsky experiment. That was hilarious. when did you see that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, Sal, it's
I should.
pure gold. Okay, so Jackson
Well,
Wheat
you
was
know, I
being a
had mine with
snarky.
Jackson Wheat. I should have
Oh yeah,
watched
yeah,
it.
no,
I'm sorry.
yours was good too. I'm saying like this. There was one segment that I think was the end of Jackson Wheat because throughout the debate he'd been being very snarky and superior sounding, like the freaking what is he, like a junior in undergrad, and he's sitting there like informing the PhD like that he was just unknowledgeable of basic stuff. Anyway, they get to the whole Linsky thing, and Jackson kept like spewing talking points, and then Anderson responds, he's like, well, actually the latest paper shows that they're dying off and their fitness is actually declining. And Jackson Wheat was like, I'll have to see that paper. And Anderson's like, okay, let's pull it up real quick. Why don't you pull it up? And he pulled, I think it was like a 2018 paper, and Jackson Wheat's like reading out loud, and he gets to the point like that basically state exactly what Anderson was arguing. And then he goes, oh. And he realized at that moment, like, oh crap, I just straight up was insulting this guy, claiming he didn't know what he was talking about, that this was the opposite was true, and now I just read out loud a direct contradiction to my aggressive positioning. And oh man, it was epic. And ever since then, he's kind of like him and RJ Dannard have kind of like faded off into the sunset a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, and I don't know if you saw when Dr. Dan was on my channel. I was very appreciative. So Dr. Dan, if you're listening,
your most recent one.
Yeah, with Dr. Dan.
Going over your paper.
Yeah, I sincerely appreciated it, and he disagreed, but I felt I had to stand up for my paper in front of the critics, and so Dr. Dan, if you're listening, still a great thank you. And I'm sorry to have to trash your cherished beliefs in evolutionary theory. But at least when we're on the same stage, I'll treat you with the utmost respect. But, I don't know that I could be on the same stage with Swami Das. I'm just like, dude, you're betraying other Christians. It's like, and you're claiming to be one. This is just so not cool, just because like after a war, sometimes the enemies and the combatants will be on good terms, but a lot of countries will never forgive their own traitors. The people that stabbed their own in the back.
That's very true. That is very true.
Yeah. So Swami Das, I'm sorry, buddy. That's some of the stuff he's been doing to other Christians and the stuff he's been promoting that's really sketchy as far as how it might impact them academically, etc. It's just not cool.
His whole
like he's really pandering to the woke.
Yeah, well, his whole assertion about basically blacklisting creationists academically is pretty strong and pretty reprehensible in my opinion.
Yeah. So the peer-reviewed papers, there are going to be some more, and then Dr. Dan and I we tentatively agreed for me to show up on his channel to talk more about the paper, because it's a 70-page paper. It had it was going to be a 140-page paper, and we all said, no, we're not going to get away with that. So, but there's some really basic things with adaptation and just really basic logic. And God bless you, Dr. Dan, and some of your boys. They're so convinced that the way you define adaptation is, well, it makes the most babies. And I'm like, that's not how an engineer would look at it. A bird is adapted to fly because it's light enough and it has enough propulsion and it can generate enough lift. That's how we would say something's adapted. Or a whale is adapted to swim underwater because it has all the, you can describe all the parts. But it's not adapted to fly, and it's not adapted to operate in the desert. And you can describe it in terms of all the mechanical systems that are required. And this is, this is very similar to the way an engineer would be designing a submarine or a land vehicle or something that flies. You have design principles that tell you if something is adapted to a certain environment. And the evolutionists are like, oh, adaptation is if you have more reproductive success. It's like, no, you have more reproductive success because it's adapted. It's not adapted because it's reproductively successful. Circular reasoning, circular definitions. It's more reproductively successful because it is adapted in the mechanical sense. If it's like saying you're deaf because you can't hear. That's circular reasoning. It's a circular an idea. You're deaf because you can't hear. It's more correct to say you can't hear or you're deaf because you have, like, say, an eardrum problem or your nerve connection is broken or something like that. You can describe it in terms of the mechanical things. So, I mean, Andrew Cumming and the gang there said this past peer review, I'm like, well, yeah, you don't like it because we complained about the definition of fitness. And I said, we cited top tier evolutionary biologists themselves saying, yeah, this is a problem. We don't quite know what fitness is. And I was like, well, that's because you're looking at it in terms of reproduction, not in terms of the architecture, which is another word for design. But the architecture, the parts that are there and the way the parts connect. So we could use the word design, but if we say architecture, it kind of describes it a little bit more in detail. You get the idea. Do you have the right parts and are they connected the right way? That's how it's adapted, not because it makes more babies.
Right, absolutely. Hey, check. I don't know if you in line with us. I don't know if you saw this. Did you see my interview with Dr. Ben Galt this past week?
Oh man, I missed it. I had so much to do. I came on the day before. I came the day before and left a message and thanked you. And then I think I had something up that morning.
Check. You should. No, it's okay, man. You should
That's
check it
good.
out. You should read the paper too. It's pretty nuts. But yeah, like this was some of the stuff from his paper showing the interactions and like how the it's freaking nuts, man. Like here's the binary representation of like open and closed folds of the talon protein, and then
oh my goodness.
So
it's
there's
even more
so each one of these.
complex.
Okay, so this is the talon, right? So these are the folds, right? And like this R3, this is representative of R3 right here. So you've got the open and closed, 0 and 1 representation, right? And the basically they've been able to they're starting to define the syntax of, and they've been able to measure using like tweezers and all this kind of stuff, like the amount of force that's necessary to do the open and close action. Get this, there's no less than 250 proteins that work in conjunction with the real-time dynamic read-write of information that's being contained in the talon protein binary switches. 250 proteins that are working in conjunction with these. And I forget the name of them. There's one that he was talking about. He's like, just the talon and this whatever, I forget the name of the protein he was talking about. He said just those have thousands of potential combinations. Just those two proteins. And there's 250 different ones working together. It's nuts.
How did you find Dr. Galt?
Quick sidebar for the audience. So this is like a representation of how the data storage that's going on is directly applicable to flash drive storage. And it's pretty nuts. Anyway, I found him.
Yeah, go on.
Were you going to say something about this?
No, go on.
Well, you know me, I randomly will Google stuff on codes in biology, and I came across his mesh code paper that was published this year, and then I did a little more Googling. I found an interview that he had done on the topic. It was very fascinating. And then it's hilarious how I ended up getting in contact with him. So on one of my streams late night, I pulled up his paper and I was talking about it. Well, it triggered Pudding Brain in the gang. So they started talking about it. And then Pudding Brain ended up having an interview with Dr. Galt. And then Otangelo reached out to Dr. Galt and had to talk with him. And then I was asking him questions while he was talking with Otangelo. And then I was like, yeah, it turned out like, oh yeah, John's the guy that like brought your paper to our awareness. Anyway, he emailed me and he's left to talk sometime. Yeah. So we did. We had a conversation, and then
Good for him.
he ended up coming on my channel, and we had a really good talk. And
was Answers in Satanism giving the paper a hard time?
To an extent, most of his was the ongoing assertion that it's all just stochastic, and you might actually enjoy the conversation I had with Dr. Galt, because one of the points he was making rather strongly was that the stochastic and the chaotic representations that are made are his argument is that what we're now discovering is that is only applicable in the in vitro. Yes, we're seeing things that appear to be chaotic in vitro because we've basically taken the parts out of the system and it's all, they're not working properly anymore. So of course we're seeing them acting in a more random state. It's like what I'm observing in my experiments, and as our technology is improving, we're observing more and more hyper controlled specified actions in a very precise manner. And his position is that as our technology grows, the more we're going to recognize that the biological systems are operating in exquisite detail and with extreme precision, and that the whole argument of just chaos and stochastic action, all kind of stuff, will be diminished dramatically. Especially with things like what the ramifications of what's happening, like what they're studying, and how the cytoskeleton is operating as a computer, and all the pulleys that are basically a mechanical computer is what they're observing with all these protein interactions of, like, the analogy he used was the Babbage mechanical computer example. He's like, that's what we're observing, just operating at a very high level of exquisite detail and precision and processing power. So like their baseline general baseline calculation was that what they were observing was representative of at least 10 petabytes of data.
Yeah.
Which is staggering.
Which is in agreement with other researchers. Yeah.
Correct. Because as you know, that number has just been going up and up and up, right? And now with his, what they're observing applies a whole nother 10 petabytes of potential. And that's like a very low estimate. Like that's just a conservative estimate, right? But then the other thing that's very fascinating about it is that the Talon basically, and all these things we're talking about, exist in every cell. And now what they're observing, their actions in the brain, is much more dynamic. However, they are observing some level of dynamic action in cells and other tissue types. And moreover, what they've discovered is that it is beyond doubt that the configurations of the Talons and the information that's being transferred via them is directly influences alternative gene splicing and just genetic expression in general, and upregulation and downregulation. So if that is true, no, go ahead.
No, I got to tell you, everything you just said is saying I'm 5 years behind of my knowledge base because things are moving so fast. I almost joke. It's like, okay, if you're not up to date in the last hour, you're behind because things are moving so fast. This is a good example.
Well, in fairness, he just published this in February of 2021. So, yeah. And he said they've been working
on it. It's coming so fast. I mean, there's stuff that's not even published that's just released on preprint servers. or we'll talk to people informally, like at conferences, and they'll say, we're working on this. And I can't keep up. I can barely, just review like my textbooks and remember all the basic pathways, like, what Dr. James Carter was saying. So I want to see what, I'm really glad, by the way, that he reached out to you. And
it was
able to
hopefully we'll have
describe his
another
work.
conversation. But I don't,
Because,
you should watch it.
Yeah. I should. Goodness. And then there's
Oh,
another one on piRNAs that I still have a link to that I haven't watched.
From the I believe the words
Lee
used were
or Lynn.
Yeah, a new paradigm, I believe, were the words he used in relation to the piRNAs. Because up until kind of his unveiling, the piRNAs, I believe, were supposed to be limited just to the reproduction portions of the body, right? And what they had discovered was that they were operating basically on every aspect of biological systems.
Andrew Cummings in the side chat, and he's asking for some clarification on things. Would it be okay if I tried to address that right now? Is that sure. All right with you? For some people that may already know, I'll just remind them, a chapter was published through Springer Nature publisher, the Handbook of Mathematics in the Arts and Sciences. It retails for like $1,500 on the Springer website if you get the printed book and the e-print. It is available at Walmart for $819. So this is a massive publication, like 1,500 pages. It was for math savvy people, professors, graduate students, math students. It wasn't written for evolutionary biologists. That's probably why we're able to have a little more freedom, because we did take a rather critical viewpoint of the evolutionary definition of fitness. The title was Fitness Maximization in Evolutionary Biology, Dynamical Systems and Fitness Maximization in Evolutionary Biology. If that's the title of the paper, we have to address the definition of fitness. It was 70 pages long. Something you should know: if you take just the three big authors there would be Bill Basner, Ola Hosder, and John Sanford. Together, they have 300 peer-reviewed publications. So John Sanford like 120, Ola Hosder like 130, and Bill Basner like 60. All right, and Ola Hosder had 13 PhD students, and he's a professor, award-winning mathematician. And then, John Sanford, famous geneticist. Bill Basner, emeritus professor of mathematics. I'm the nobody on the team. And I'm like, okay, you've got, I mean, when I was seeing some of the criticisms and the guys criticizing the paper on Dr. Dan's channel, I was just like laughing. I'm just like, I don't think combined all you guys even have as many as, the other, my co-authors in terms of peer-reviewed publications or their credentials, much less when you combine all three. That's just a preface that these people are probably on peer-reviewed committees. Okay. So, just the fact that I just saw that level of disrespect because we were creationists, and we didn't cite anything that wasn't in evolutionary literature that was complaining about the definition of fitness. And they're saying, no, this is the correct definition. I'm just like, do you even read your own literature that says this is problematic definition of fitness? And I've covered some of these papers on my channel, secular peer-reviewed literature, and even Answers in Satanism has reviewed it. And I'm just like, dude, did you even read what it said? Because you obviously, I don't think you're comprehending it, that it's problematic when Richard Lewontin, someone of his caliber, who is right there with, he was rubbing shoulders with the architects of neo-Darwinism, and at some point later in his career, he said, it's not exactly clear what fitness is. It's nothing more than just kind of counting the number of offspring. He said, well, how's that adding any insight? And it's like, well, duh. Lots of people are seeing it, but no one wants to call the emperor and say he has no clothes. So the first problem is something that evolutionary biologists have pointed out, and yet we're getting flack for citing people that have said this as if we're the ones who came up with something novel, and we didn't. This was a reference work, which means we're trying to glean from existing literature, and we're not going to embarrass the editor or the publisher by coming up with theories that, that are just not in the mainstream. This is in the mainstream. It's an acknowledged problem, but people don't want to talk about it in the popular press because it makes evolutionary biology look stupid. When you cite their own people saying this, we went through a lot of trouble to search the literature.
Well, Sal, we have a, you got to take all the criticism with a grain of salt. I mean, it's like, I mean, if the peers want to raise the arguments, they can, and they might have some substance. And other folks can raise arguments; they may have substance as well. But at the same time, if you're going to sit there and claim, they basically want to claim that you're making things up, when, as you just stated, you're using it to reference work, and you're compiling a plethora of different positions that have been put forth by a variety of people other than yourselves, right? And it's like, how are you making anything up at this point? You're not stepping outside of quote unquote consensus.
Andrew said, why wasn't it published in a journal refereed by evolutionary biologists? Because that's exactly the problem. Evolutionary biologists are unqualified to think at this point. We'd rather go to mathematicians and engineers. I'm sorry. There are research teams that are advancing medical science. There are more engineers and mathematicians and computer scientists on those research teams. Like, for example, I would presume Galt. More of them are engineers, computer scientists, physicists, and mathematicians than evolutionary biologists. That's because they actually have something to contribute in understanding. They have analytical minds versus doing storytelling. So that's why it's not published.
So sidebar on
we don't want gatekeepers that don't know any better. We want quality reviewers. Sorry.
So sidebar, Sal, the Talon protein, by the way, it's about 2,500 amino acids long, by the way, but there is no recognized precursor to it, and it exists in basically everything going back to slime mold onward. So the information processing ramifications and implications of it are rather staggering, and its level of conservation basically going back all the way down the food chain, if you will, the proverbial evolutionary chain. It's a rather interesting conundrum, I would say. You have to account for a rather comprehensive and integral part to life, if you will, having to be present from a very, very, very early stage, like so many other very complicated parts. Like, oh, somehow they just all came into existence very early in the chain. Even though you claim, oh, we have all this time, but we keep finding that you don't have nearly as much time as they thought they did for some of these more mind-blowing aspects of the biological system that are necessary for life to exist.
Now I'm looking at Ben Galt, University of Kent. Benjamin T. Galt.
G-O-U-L-T.
Okay, let me see. University. G-O-U-L-T. School of Biosciences.
Yeah, he's a biophysicist and a biochemist.
Okay, school. All right. Senior physical scientist. All right. So, first degree in biochemistry, Sheffield. Developing NMR-based. Following 2-year at Manchester, senior physical scientist. Proteins. Okay. That I am a structural mechanobiologist. Combine structural biology, biochemistry, biophysics, mechanobiology to define the role of how physical and mechanical forces are sensed through extracellular matrix, adhesion complexes to control process. I've developed international reputation for my work on Talon, et cetera, et cetera. Now let me see something. On his page, it doesn't mention evolution. That's because it's useless to understanding. And I'd be interested to see who the other people are in his laboratory, because this is what I'm telling people. It's like, do you look at world-class research teams that are trying to understand how life works? So I'm sorry I'm getting a little exercise, but evolutionary biologists are just like they think they know something. I'm just like, dude.
Yeah, it's not
it adds
substance
nothing.
as they claim.
You know what it did to the ENCODE? They were tarring and getting angry at the ENCODE project, and like, guys, you're not the ones doing the research. You're just being on the sidelines saying we don't like the results, that life looks so complex. I mean, it's like that wasn't really very helpful.
Something I find interesting is, and I know you and Dr. Danny Boy get along, but he had a debate today over on Dapper Dino's channel, and was continuing to. Well, I'm getting an echo. Where's it coming from? See, echo. Okay. He was continuing to propagate the whole junk DNA talking point. And I'm just like, there's papers coming out left and right with the authors talking about how the premise of junk DNA is outdated. We need to stop using the term junk DNA, that the concept of junk DNA has prevented research. The concept of junk DNA has prevented a development of different pieces of technology that would be helpful and advantageous to the analysis and the research into the non-coding regions of the genome and the things that are considered junk DNA. And this is all happening within the papers I've read personally that have been published in the last year and a half. They're coming out everywhere. And then we have Dr. Danny Boy yet again spewing most of the genome is crap. And it's like, it's similar to things that are happening on the it's very similar to the other things we're seeing happening around the planet right now, but that's a sidebar topic. It's like we're living in a Twilight Zone episode, and there's people who are living in a full-scale alternate reality, and even when you present them with the evidence that maybe doesn't negate the entirety of their position, but it directly contradicts their, a strong portion of their position, and then they claim it doesn't exist. Like, what? I'm not making this up. I'm literally showing you where this is being put forth by your peers. Are you? And that's one of the things that in my interaction I had with Dan earlier this year. The whole point I was making. So, which one of these individuals who's taken a directly opposite position of you, which one of these of your peers, not mine, of yours, do you formally debunk and recant again or say is incorrect? Of course, he wouldn't actually take a strong position in that context. And I'm using Dan as an example, but this logic applies across the board with all these folks. Like, take a formal position. Why don't you, if you claim that I'm wrong, then why don't you call out your peers that I'm referring to that say that you're the one that's wrong? Like, rise to the occasion. Don't just dance around.
When I was on Dr. Dan's channel, I said, I'll grant that, I would say that it's premature for the evolutionary biologist to say it's junk. I said, more experiments may reveal. I said, my whole thing was, why does evolutionary biology take precedence over experiment to determine what's functional or not? And I said, I have problems with that. So I'll grant that maybe we don't have as much data to confirm it, that it is functional, but I'm just like, I wouldn't make that bet that it's junk. And if it's junk, it would be the result of genetic deterioration, genetic entropy, because we know we've lost a lot of brain capacity. The anthropologists have confirmed that. So I'm like, okay, if it is junk, it was probably in a better state before.
We're watching people get dumber before our very eyes. If everybody thinks there's not a degradation of the freaking brain, then you're an idiot, because it is happening.
Well,
it is happening. What's really blowing me away is I'm observing this in my own lifetime, and I'm not even that old yet. Like, people are getting dumber by the second. It is really, it is blowing me away.
And we have it from an
dumb people. I'm
authority,
just like,
I had that quote of Answers in Satanism saying, yeah, it may well be that to save the human race, we're going to get dumber and dumber until we all lose our minds. Do you remember that?
Yeah, yeah, I remember it. I'm telling you, the stupidity of the average human right now is just astonishing. I'm just like, man, I don't even know what world I'm living on right now, because sometimes it feels like like I said, I'm in a Twilight Zone episode, and a huge portion of people are living in an alternate universe.
Man, I wish I could find out more about Dr. Galt. So thank you very much for introducing me to him. And I don't know that it mentions that he has whether he's head of a lab.
Oh yeah, he is. No, he has his own lab.
Yeah, I'm trying to look at the website to find out who's in his lab, because then usually the labs will list all the qualifications.
Oh, gotcha.
And I don't know.
Well, I know that because I talked. They're getting ready to publish another paper in November, and he showed a little bit of the chart that they're compiling for it, and it's nuts what they're showing on how all it works. And here's what's cool, Sal, is the paper they just published on the topic was like the presentation of the theory, but he was saying that we've already done the experiments, all that kind of stuff, and now we're creating another paper to present all of the hard experimental evidence that proves our position, and which I thought was kind of cool. And as you know me, one of my favorite sayings is the difference between confidence and arrogance is being able to back up your BS. And he was showing like, yeah, here's not only have we, presented our case and our hypothesis, we've actually got the hard empirical evidence to support our position. I think it's pretty awesome.
Okay, here's one of the people I think that's part of the Galt lab, Lorena Varela. Skills and experience: structural dynamics, structural biology, membrane proteins, cancer, biomolecular crystallography, biophysics, aggregation, biomolecular NMR, protein-protein interactions. Okay, that's what I consider real biology. That's real biological knowledge. And
so, are you trying to find somebody that are you trying to find somebody in his lab that has evolutionary biologist next to their name? Is that what you're trying to find right now?
Yeah, I mean, okay. Let's look, see if they have. Oh, the other one doesn't have any listing. But I'm just like saying, I work with people that do structural biology and protein dynamics. And it's like, we did have one time I had a co-author that had a background in evolutionary biology, and it's like, well, I don't want to insult my co-author, but the majority of the team were chemists and computational guys and engineers.
Well,
I think some of the papers we've been working on, I just like, what are you going to do with someone that can just make phylogenetic trees? I mean, seriously.
Well, so
How are
here's
you
the
going
thing
to
you have to.
understand how a cell works just looking at phylogenetic trees?
Well, here's the thing you have to recognize, Sal, and this is why in my opinion, the importance of computation, information processing in general, and all that is so fundamental as a foundation to what is biological research. Because if you're going to operate from the perspective that you do not have to account for information processing and all the things that coincide with that, then you're going to ignore things like cytoskeleton computation, right? And the talon protein, all this other kind of stuff. Like, you're going to be like, well, what is that? That has no relevance to the conversation. Like, why would you need a computer scientist? Why do you need a biophysicist? Why do you need all this other kind of stuff?
Exactly.
Right? Because we don't have to count. It's just chemical reactions, buddy. Like, that's the point. That's my whole. That's why I say I agree with you in the context that the structural biology is every bit as important as the information processing. I agree that all these different factors all working ultimately because they do what? They create a system, right? And the system has a variety of components that all work together and in reality are all necessary. My point is that from the Evo atheist position, they want to reject everything except its quote unquote chemical reactions. And it's like, well, what the hell does that mean? What does that even mean? Like, you think that all these systems, and it's why they're like, there's no nanomachines, there's no mechanical parts. Like, Dr. Ben Galt is a mechanobiologist. Like, that's his specialty. So you're telling me that a guy who is publishing on this, and that's his, and I'm using him as an example, but there's a plethora of people like him, right, that are doing these similar types of research. It's like, what do you mean we're not talking about mechanical processes? What are you talking about? That's exactly what I'm researching. Are you claiming that what I'm researching doesn't exist? Like,
it's like saying an airplane's just chemicals. I mean, it's like, do you not see that it's the organization? It may, it's made of chemicals, but what makes it an airplane versus a rock is the materials, and the organization in the materials is very, very special. And I mean, it's just like you have very unnatural concentrations and localities of the parts. I mean, it just doesn't work like anything else. And yeah. I wanted to say I studied when I studied neuroscience at the class at the NIH. One of my professors was not a biologist; he's an electrical engineer. And he said, I said, so what's your specialty in neuroscience? He said, there's so many specialties. He said, the ear. I said, it didn't surprise me, because you can't understand how sounds and signals are processed if you're an evolutionary biologist. Sorry. And that's all you know. Building phylogenetic trees will not enable you to understand things like transformation, transduction, Fourier transforms, and how a sound signal can be converted to an electrical signal. If you think about it, when you have a microphone, you're converting those acoustic vibrations into electrical signals. And then it goes through an analog, and then now in the modern day to a digital encoding. There's that same process in the ear. And he's telling me it's nuts how it does that. I said, because I was trying to, understand how, if an engineer could build something like an ear so that it could listen to music and it could figure out the melodies. And he said, the ear is really complex. We only understand a fraction. I'm just like, yeah, it doesn't surprise me, because we know the level of signal processing that needs to be done, not to mention all the physical devices in the ear that enables it to do what it does. I mean, how hard has it been for us to be able to do voice recognition? And it's just so natural for a child.
And we're sucking at it horribly, by the way. So for those who don't know this, if anybody's noticed, has an Android device and has noticed that it was the very end of last year, your voice recognition started to suck really freaking bad. Okay. And you would say something and it would input the correct word, and then it would swap it out for a different word, or it would like rewrite what you said. And well, what happened was that this aligns with what you're talking about there, Sal. Google decided to go away from strict phonetic translation to trying to understand semantics and pragmatics from your language and then to rewrite things for you. They were trying to interpret or anticipate and like anyway, long story short, it now sucks. It is horrible. And I'm always having to like I used to never have to proofread or very rarely had to proofread my voice to text stuff. And now I've got half the time I end up spending more time editing than it would take me to stop and just
type
it all out. And it's really freaking obnoxious. And the reason I'm saying all this is they're trying to apply artificial intelligence to the interpretation of the language rather than just going with pure phonetic recognition of the signals and failing miserably at it. And I'm just like, this is nothing but what I find ironic about it is this is nothing but an indication that the incredible complexity of what you were just referring to in relation to the ear and then obviously the brain being able to extraordinarily rapidly translate all this stuff and is mind-bending. Yeah. And we take it for granted, as you were referring to. Just completely take it for granted.
Yeah, and the guys, this is like, the criticism on Dr. Dan's channel. It's like, oh, even Dr. Dan highlighted it, and God bless him. It's like, Dr. Dan, you have to respect the engineers a little more now because they're being called upon to help understand biology. They're being called upon. The example of my professor, he was a PhD in electrical engineering, no bio background, but they selected him to join the team because you need someone that understands the process of taking vibrations and making them into electrical signals. He could look at those oscilloscope traces. He would understand it better than, he would know how to decompose it and try to understand what it's doing. And there's even a step above what the human ear does. Sonar imaging in a bat. Mm-hmm. Sonar imaging, I knew a guy in the naval he graduated the Naval Academy. He was a sonar operator, fully on board with ID. And he said, well, the issue is, I operate sonars. I know how hard it is to build an imaging system where you're using sounds to give a 3D profile of how something is shaped and what it does and how it's moving, et cetera, et cetera. And then, a bat's doing all that, and it's also doing targeting. And the biophysicist said the way it does it, we could not build anything better. It's at the limit of what physics would allow in terms of when a bat is grabbing its prey and using sonar imaging. I'm just like, yeah, this is the new generation of understanding biology. You need the biophysicists. This is where the engineers come in because they understand systems and they say, okay, if you're going to try to do sonar imaging that involves a nervous system, this is what's going to happen. We just have to identify where the processing is taking place. First thing is you need something to sense the vibrations. And it's really good if you can decompose the vibrations into their frequency components. And that's why you have all these little QWERTY organs that can sense at different frequencies. And then there's all this mathematical transformation that engineers are familiar with, electrical engineers, with the Fourier transform and breaking it down in the frequency components and amplitude and phase. And then you add to that, okay, how can you sense the position to build something that can sense position in terms of the hearing? I mean, that's just so natural. Like we can kind of sense when something's in front or back, but the bats are really good at this. And they have to be able to screech at a certain frequency, to send out their sonar ping. I believe I think it's active sonar. Correct me if I'm wrong. I mean, this is not trivial stuff. This is not trivial stuff. And it's like, they'll just say selected. It's like, oh, how do you select for something that's not working yet?
Yeah. Well,
you're just assuming it's going to select for half working parts. You don't know that for a fact.
Right. Well, in line with what you're talking about, though, the walking down a set of stairs takes an incredible amount of computation ability, as well as physical mechanical parts for the actual physical actions, right? And anybody who doesn't agree with that needs to go take it up with Boston Dynamics and their robots, because they spent billions of dollars and who knows how many human hours over decades to develop robot technology that can go up and down stairs and account for for changing of angles and can correct from being bumped while doing something as simple as walking.
Yeah.
And we can dynamically change on the fly, right? We can be taking a half step and then we see something coming and we can on the fly jump out of the way or step back or halt immediately, or we can get bumped into walking down the street. And it's like it's nothing. Oh, you just kind of rotate your hip a little bit in your back and, you know, drop your shoulder back and somebody bumps into you and you just keep going. You know, like that, if you watch any of the experiments with the robots, like initially that made the robot not like fall over, right? Or they could get bumped and then it would like, they'd walk in the wrong direction. I mean, all those kind of things, right? So just different things that we completely take for granted, both in just the action of taking the step, let alone the calculations for, oh, I'm almost to the corner and I see 15 people in front of me. Oh, wait, there's a spot for me to stand on the corner, and then changing your angle and then doing a couple side steps and, you know, angle direction changes, whatnot, to ultimately end up standing on the other side of 4 people who are on the corner. So you're now ready to walk across the sidewalk or the crosswalk as soon as the light changes green for you. You know, that sort of thing. We don't even think about that as anything that's complex when it's ridiculously complex. And then simultaneously, we have atheists running around claiming that we're horribly designed. And I'm just like, where? Like, what is horribly designed? Again, go look at the Boston Dynamics robots. They're badass. They can now dance in synchronicity to music and like maintain rhythm and all that kind of stuff, right? But you would never come to the conclusion that those things could ever create themselves, ever. And you would never argue that the amount of algorithmic programming that's necessary doesn't exist. You would never claim that there is no programming necessary for those computations to be possible.
Exactly.
To execute the physical actions that are being done by the physical arms of the robot and the legs and such. But like, yes, there's underlying information necessity that goes in, that works in synchronicity. That's the point I was making earlier about the information coupled with the structural biology, right? It's the same thing. You have the structural engineering of the robotics that is being controlled via the information of the software and the ability to compute and do the information processing necessary to execute those functions. Like this is extraordinarily basic principles of computer science and mechanics and engineering.
You see, and so Andrew is asking, why didn't we get this reviewed by evolutionary biologists? And I'm sorry to say it's because they don't know squat about design principles. It's easier to tell an engineer this is fabulous. You know, evolutionary biologists like, huh? You know, what does that mean? The engineers know because they've tried to build it. And Change Tan was saying, you know, her stairway to life, he said, you'll understand the complexity of life. You'll understand life by if you conceptually try to build it yourself. If you go through the process of what it would take to build it, then you appreciate and you understand it better. And by the way, while you were talking, I did look up more about Ben Galt's lab and some of the alumni. No evolutionary biologists. They're biochemists, protein guys. It's like, why am I not surprised?
See what Ray's saying something here. He says even bats born in helium-enriched air had their radars messed up.
Whoa!
Currently, bat radar is hardwired for current atmospheric conditions.
I think it's sonar. If they have radar, that'd be pretty cool, though.
Yeah, he probably meant sonar.
Probably meant sonar.
Let's see, potentially acting as a interference.
I want to again say, so what were they saying is my alternative definition of adaptation? I said it's specific to specific environments. You don't have just one number. I mean, you don't describe an airplane according to the adaptation criteria of an ear or an eye, or you don't use the same set of metrics or specifications for an eye that you do for an ear or for a muscle, you know, a locomotion. So on Dr. Dan's channel, it's like, well, what's Sal's alternative? You know, what's the equation? I'm just like, you have so many of them depending on the organism or the characteristic in question. Like, you know, how do I say an airplane's adapted? Well, it's not adapted to function in an ocean. I mean, they have had ideas of flying submarines. Okay, doesn't work so well. You know, you have, when I look at the specifications of an airplane, you see what altitudes that it functions at and how fast it flies and how its fuel performance. You don't have just one number. It's optimized to certain environments given the materials it's made with. And then so each airplane is like,
are you suggesting are you suggesting that the extensions that are pushed out of the wings upon takeoff and landing, are you suggesting that those are evidence of adaptation based on specific environment, and it could be dynamically controlled? Is that what you're arguing right there?
Yeah.
Are you suggesting that the landing gear that pushes the wheels up and down, are you suggesting that could be real-time adaptation based on environmental pressures?
Well, it's force. It's
No,
based on
I mean
foresight.
completely serious. I mean completely serious.
I know you're messing
it's
with me.
exactly what it is.
But you see, that's the way to look at it. I'll tell you how I was trying to make this point. I'm just like, guys, are you dense? And I'm about to say, yeah, I think you are dense, not because you're not smart, but because you just want to do this. I said, okay, so you're going to say sickle cell anemia is adaptive because it helps people make more babies in a malaria environment, but then it's not really, it's maladaptive in like North America where you don't have the same issues with malaria. And I'm like, so, okay, so you're just using, it's, you know, it's adapted because it makes more babies in a malaria environment, sickle cell anemia, and then it makes less babies in like North America. And so one author said, well, that's Darwin's genius. It's survival of the sickest, because they were having a hard time finding beneficial mutations that are increases in complexity, but there's abundance of examples where it's loss of like function or organs or whatever. There are lots of examples of that. And it's like, oh, it makes more babies, therefore it's adapted. I'm just like, well, you know, that's not the real issue. How do you get something that didn't have the organ? Now it's adapted to do things it didn't, like say a bird that can sense magnetic fields. It's adapted. You could say it's reproductively successful in that environment because it's adapted to the environment. It's not adapted because it makes more babies. That's kind of circular definitions. You know, it's like saying, I can't hear because I'm deaf. I mean, just like, okay, you know, or I'm deaf because I can't, you know, there's kind of circularity in that. That's what we call analytic statements. It's kind of a tautology. What you need is a synthetic statement. And I got this from a paper. It's not something I made up. A synthetic statement is like, you can't hear because your eardrums are busted, you know, or your nerves are severed or whatever. That's a synthetic statement. So we could say something is adapted to navigate using magnetic fields because it has the right equipment. It has the right design. It has the parts and they're put together right. And I just like, you know, just saying, because that was the thing in our paper. We were saying, if you're defining adaptation by the number of babies you make, it totally misses the boat of what it really means to be adapted. So an Arctic bird is adapted to navigate from North to South Pole because it can use the magnetic field. And prior to GPS, and it took a lot of work to use, like we had to have very precise clocks. We had to have like these sextants where you looked at the sun and then the stars or whatever, and you had to have very precise calendars to tell you, you know, what angles to expect. I mean, pigs can fly. He knew how to do that. And this took like thousands of years to develop, and yet the birds can navigate by magnetic fields. And I could tell you as a pilot, and who knows other pilots, that's the last instrument you want to use. Trying to use a magnetic compass and figure out how to get from, yeah.
Well, no, I follow what you're saying completely, and I think that a big portion of why people like Andrew seem incapable of comprehending the points that you're making is that his entire existence has been inside of the ridiculous technological age which we currently enjoy. And you have to remember, you have to think about this. He's what, 18, 19 years old, I think he's probably 18, just graduated high school, right? So that means that he was born post 9/11. So by the time he was 10, the iPhone had already been out for several years. GPS was something in the palm of your hand. The aspect of basic navigation and all that kind of things were just like second nature, right? Of not, and by second nature, I mean something you don't think about. Versus, even like when I was in college, you still used physical maps, right? I vaguely remember when the first like Garmin's came out, but they were like $600, and you still used a physical map to get places, right? And the premise of not having memorized phone numbers was like you memorized phone numbers, right? Like that's what you did. And anyway, my point is that I think a lot of people are become so complacent in their thinking because of the ridiculous amount of processing that's no longer necessary for you to do from a conscious perspective, right? Oh, I'm going to do X, and then you tap a couple buttons, and then whatever that function is gets expressed, but you didn't actually have to think about how it got done. And I think that really creates it facilitates the thinking that, oh, I just need to create a phylogenetic tree, and therefore I can explain how process A became process B. And it's like, well, yeah, but what actually has to happen for A to become B? And it's like, well, no, I mean, it just did. Like, because we put it through a system that said that that's what happened. It's like, okay, cool, that's great, but
phylogenetic reconstructions.
Right, but like, what actually had to have happened? What would have physically have happened for A becoming B to actually be true and actually be plausible for A to become B? And that
It's
it
not-
whether it be from just pure fitness perspective and survivability, all those kind of things, or just like probabilities, or like, has there physically been enough time for A to have become B based on your own models of mutation rates? Like, is it actually plausible for A to become B in this timeline, per your own timeline, right? And sidebar, so that's something I was thinking about the other day of, there's what I think at least 100,000 unique genes that have been sequenced so far. Now the difference between each organism might not isn't that many necessarily, but across all the genomes that have been sequenced, there's like 100,000. I think there's at least 100,000 that are unique, right?
Oh, they're way more that are taxonomically restricted. Oh, just it could be in the millions.
It's more than that. Okay. Well, let's for easy math. Let's say it's no less than.
Even if they had the same fold, they may have such totally different sequences. We would think they had independent origins. That's something Change Tan was finding. People got actually shocked. She didn't find it with someone else, but she highlighted the paper. So the orphan gene problem is pretty bad.
Well, okay, so my point, I guess my point is actually substantiated even more so than I thought, right? So there's no less than 100,000 genes, right? It's really way more than that. I'm saying it's no less than, right? So my point is that in the whole A's becoming B's, right? Even if you want to account with, there was gene duplication and then modifications that ultimately ended up in this new sequence and yada, right? All the talking points. It's like, okay, but we're now talking about this happening hundreds of thousands, if not millions of times. So we're again having to go back to the time problem and the plausibility problem of, cool, this organism, there's only these little few changes between this organism and that organism. Therefore, we can account for that. It's like, okay, cool. So you're claiming that you can account for the improbability of all this stuff happening millions of times? Like, suddenly you're available. I mean, as you and I both know, the probabilistic resources problem has never been accounted for, even back in Abiogenesis. Like, I mean, there's not enough chances anyway for any of this crap, let alone all the things that happen. Anyway, it's like, let's, yeah.
And I tried to point out, I actually did a phylogenetic analysis of topoisomerase 2 alpha, which is one of the ones I specialize in. I said, let's just grant, and you'll hear me rarely ever say criticize common ancestry. I'll just say, I'll give, just like James Turrell will say, I'll give you that. I'll give you that, you know. So let's give them universal common ancestry. How likely is it, even if it's a smallish change, that it can be coordinated? So the topoisomerase has like 1,400 residues, roughly, topoisomerase 2 alpha. Going from a prokaryote to a eukaryote, you still have to have like 50 simultaneous changes to get it through that gateway we call the nuclear pore complex. Do you remember all the codes for it? Yeah. It's like, you know, you can't get through here. So let's say, you know, they'll say, well, there's enough time to make 50 amino acid changes. I say, well, there's enough time if you're not dead in the process. I mean, you may only get one shot at it, you know. You build that nuclear, let's say you've, like Jackson Wheat, I said, how do you account for the transport between, you know, the nucleus and the cytoplasm? He said, oh, you have a leaky membrane. I just wanted to laugh. I said, dude, can you just revisit your cellular biology class? That's not going to work. There are issues. You need active, because the molecules are so large. And I've showed this video before. They said that's why you need the import and export complex, because you need active. It's such a big molecule that it doesn't normally diffuse. And not to mention, even if it could, you have to get extra concentrations in certain localities. I put this video up and people are just like, oh, you know, that doesn't prove anything. I'm just like, guys, I want to just toss them from the channel. It's like, you're clueless. It just can't diffuse. And then on top of that, you know, okay, so that's the first problem. How do you get it in and out? You have to put nuclear pore complexes, but it doesn't end there. The nuclear pore complex will have all the regulation of what can go in and out. It has to recognize that particular code. That code has to be also in a part where it's physically accessible, because you have the way the protein folds. You need to have the code kind of on the outside somewhere, and then the like the import and export complex has to be able to dock and connect to it in a certain way. And it's like, you don't have natural selection, because you're going to be dead if this doesn't work. What's the proof of that? Topoisomerase is the target of chemotherapies. You want to disrupt its function if you want to kill the cell, right? So if you disrupt topoisomerase function and it can't go, you know, the mRNA can't go out to the cytoplasm, get translated, and then, you know, get imported right back into the nucleus, thing's going to die. We know that as a fact. And I'm just like, that's why the phylogenetic tree doesn't solve that problem. I've been trying to point that out, and Answers in Satanism was just dismissing it. I'm just like, dude, I think this argument flew over your head. He started trying to top me an email, and I blocked him. I said, you know, I thought you said we're going to sever this, because I just got tired of him just kind of taunting. I'm just like, you know, you talk a big game, but you don't deliver.
Well, you know, Sal, that it's almost guaranteed that our conversation will make it on the weather report. They can't. I mean, they can't resist. It'll happen. But what I find very ironic about them, this continues to happen, is they usually will play maybe two, maybe 3 minutes of whatever they're gonna whine about, and then that's it. And then they'll bitch and moan for a bit, and act like they just completely debunked and addressed all the points that were made.
Yeah, they'll act like it. Standing for Truth says, why would we give them universal? I don't give it to them. I just say, for the sake of argument, I don't believe in universal common ancestry. But the reason is, even if they had that starting point, they can't prove the design. They would require miracles to evolve.
Right.
If you need to accept miracles to make evolution work, it's no longer really evolution, is it?
Well, I agree with what you're saying there. It's the same thing I do with the whole, like, okay, let's make this argument based on your own conventional timeline. Let's go with 5.4 billion years to work with. Let's do that. The like it's still not
what James
plausible.
Stewart was saying. He said, "I'll give you that. I'll give you," just the way he said that. "I'll give you that. I'll give you the RNAs. I'll give you all the molecules you want. You're not going to be able to assemble the cell."
Yeah, I've never really been able to understand how, like, the accusations of people like us having all this quote unquote faith. When I'm looking at the improbabilities, the complexity, the design factors, the exquisite precision, all these different factors, right? I'm like, I don't understand how you come to the conclusion that I'm the one that has an extraordinary amount of faith in order to substantiate my worldview. Like, even if you want to, and here's the other thing about the Evo atheists on YouTube, the vast majority of them seem incapable of differentiating between the probable conclusion that a god or a intelligent agent, design, or whatever tag you want to apply to it must exist. They seem incapable of separating that concept from, I don't like the Christian God, right? They won't, or Allah or whatever, right? They seem incapable mentally of separating the two. And it's proven beyond this position I'm taking is proven beyond all doubt with the vast majority of the Evo atheists on YouTube. Anyway, you see them, it's like a debate about, atheism versus theism, or does God exist? And then what do? They immediately like start arguing about like how they don't like something that God did in the Bible, therefore God does not exist. And you're like, what? Hold on. You don't like something, therefore that means it doesn't exist? Because that is, I don't know if you saw any of the review I did last night of the debate between Tom Trento and Andrew Siddell on does the biblical God exist? But this guy, he works, by the way, he's an attorney for Freedom from the Freedom from Religion Foundation. If that gives you any indication of this kind of guy, right? But anyway, he was doing exactly this of arguments being made about God, and he's like, well, your God is justified slavery, and it's like, what does that have to do with whether or not God exists? Like, I don't understand. I'm not following your logic here.
Exactly.
Like, that has nothing. It's like,
exactly.
And last night in my rant, one of the things I said, I was like, that's like saying you didn't, when you were a juvenile, you didn't like something that your parents wouldn't let you do, therefore they're not your parents. Yeah. Or later on, another point he made, he was spewing like, because Trento's like, God either exists or God does not exist. That's it. Like, that's where you're at. And his response was, that's, you say the same thing about like Thor and Vishnu and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, that doesn't change whether or not there was like that one of them was actually God versus the Christian God. Doesn't change the fact that either God exists or God does not exist. Like, that's it. Like, there is no other, like, even if you say, well, maybe God exists, that still doesn't change. That's just a lack of knowledge, like either conclusion or knowledge on your part. The maybe doesn't change whether or not it's true or false. It's always either going to be true or false, no matter how you want to swing it, sway it, argue it, reconstruct it, pontificate about it. Either God exists or God does not exist. Period. There is no alternative. I don't know.
And it's a question of, what's more believable to me. It's like, okay, they pretend that they're empirical, but they're not. Because you can ask them, okay, so you have faith that this came about by itself. And they'll say, oh yeah, we have a theory. And just like, well, I'd say, well, that's based on faith. You don't have proof, do you? So suddenly, where they're going to buy off on every flimsy argument. But when it comes to God, they want absolute proof. I'm just like, don't you see that there's a disconnect here? You totally drop your standards and you embrace something like abiogenesis theory with no proof. Not only no proof, but lots of evidence against it being an ordinary event or a natural event. Not to use really loaded metaphysical words. You say it would have to be an extremely exceptional event. So, oh, greetings, Andrew.
Hello.
Caleb was laughing. He said, "Answers in Satanism." Laugh out loud. You know where I got? Scott Duke was challenging me. He said, "Where did they start swearing allegiance to Satanism?" I said, "Okay, look at late April." I was just reading the Gospels and 1 Kings 14. I was reading John 9 and 1 Kings 14. They heard me reading 1 Kings 14 and Answers in Satanism said, "Yeah, he's going to serve the devil." And Amy Newman was right there. Said, "Oh yeah, all the way." So that's where they get that moniker. I said, any Christian would recognize that and call that Satanism.
Well, there's some interesting characters in that group. Although, in fairness to Pudding, I think it was just very difficult for him. But at the end of my interview with Dr. Galt, he actually said that the interview was pretty good. It was, I think it was very painful for him to say so. But,
and I do admit I don't watch his videos, but this is kind of petty. All right. I do look to see whether I have more subscribers than he does periodically. So I will check, and I want to see the titles. One time I accidentally clicked, and I'm sorry I did. And, I don't think I even saw more than like 5 seconds, but I said I shouldn't do that. I've been trying to be cold turkey because I'm trying to not be distracted. There's so much more fulfilling things to do. I mean, I'm working on 3 papers right now that might get published like in the next 6 months. An editor already approached me and Dr. Sanford, and I really, I'm playing hooky again, because I'm supposed to be right. I promised Dr. Sanford like last week that I get to work on this, and I haven't.
Well, Sal, let's just be honest. What you were just talking about is almost guaranteed to be being time stamped by somebody on the Pudding Brain gang. It's almost guaranteed. And I mean, because we have one of the members right here with us, so that's a decent probability it will be reported.
Consider me a member?
Isn't that?
I don't.
Isn't that right, Andrew? You don't consider yourself a member of the Pudding Brain gang?
I don't consider myself a member of any groups right now, to be honest.
Okay. Well, fair enough. So we'll call you an associate then.
Fair enough.
So I'm assuming you wanted to spew talking points about common ancestry and the validity of phylogenetic trees and such.
Well, I guess you could call it that, but I kind of want to take a new take on it, basically, because I know you're into genes and functional molecules and things like that. So here's an argument for you. It's based on 4 premises, all right, and these premises are based on 4 observational facts. So if you agree with these premises, then some kind of genealogical relationship between these species, aka common ancestry, is pretty much guaranteed. All right, so would you like me to lay out the premises then?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, so first premise, I'm assuming you're familiar with ubiquitous, otherwise known as housekeeping genes.
Can you please? Yes. Can you please read the premise? If you're doing 4 premises, I need you to read them out for me. So I'm gonna type them down so I can look at it.
Oh, it's not an argument original to me. It's kind of my adaptation of it.
Okay. Well, you said there's 4 premises, right?
Yeah, I'm just laying them out here. Let's see. So yeah, the first premise is that housekeeping genes, ubiquitous genes, exist. They fulfill basic metabolic pathways and functions in the species in which they are found, and pretty much found in most, if not all, living species that we have today. independent of their specific environments, right? So the second premise is that the sequences of these ubiquitous genes.
Hang on. All right,
Okay.
so premise one, housekeeping genes exist. They perform metabolic functions. I mean, there's other things, but that's what I've typed out so far. Found in most, if not all, species we see today. Is that a fair summation of it?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Premise two.
Sorry, I forgot you were writing them down. Yeah. Okay,
premise two.
ready for a second? All right, so the second premise is, like I said, that the sequence of these ubiquitous, what I like to call basic genes, basically, is pretty much identical, if not very similar, between these living species. So it doesn't matter if you're a plant, an animal, or some kind of single-celled creature. You have these genes, and they're very similar. Usually, their similarity correlates with what we would presume to be genealogical relatedness. Okay, so that's the second premise.
Okay.
And just to clarify on that final point, something like all mammals have more similar DNA sequence of these genes than to like a lizard or something like that. That's why it is how. Everyone okay there?
Yeah. All right, can you hear me?
Yeah. There we go.
Okay.
All right.
All right.
So
What's premise three?
All right, so premise three is the fact that silent mutations / changes are possible, and we see them happening, right? So you of course know about the protein redundancy, the DNA code redundancy. So given those kinds of changes are possible, it is also possible, if not plausible, that we could expect there to be many different functionally equivalent forms of these genes and their respective proteins that still do pretty much the same function. Okay, so that's the third premise.
Now you have extremely long premises for arguments.
I guess I probably shouldn't call them premises, but I guess they're kind of like them, maybe. The website from which I adapted this argument did use them as premises, I think. So.
All right. Okay, what's number four?
All right, so the final premise is the fact that hereditary mechanisms have been observed in living organisms to correlate these similarities. So if you're genial...
Hang on, start again. Heredity mechanisms, what?
So they correlate similarities, right? So the closer you are to your cousin or kin, the more similar your genes are on average. So we know how these mechanisms work because we observe them today.
Okay.
So based on those premises, it is natural to conclude that since we see these common genes, they're not based on individual species function, and there are many functionally equivalent forms that are possible, and yet we don't see those forms. They all look pretty much the same, despite individual function. And in accordance with what we would expect from heredity, we can therefore conclude that there is some genealogical relationships between these species, and therefore they're related. So that's the argument.
Okay, so real quick, Sal, are you okay?
Yeah, sorry, I was listening. There's this mouse. I'm really upset. There's a mouse that somehow seeped in. I don't know. It might because it's fall.
Oh, I know that feeling.
And so I could hear it running around in the ceiling, and I was throwing traps and poison. So I'm going to try to kill that mouse. So that's why I looked a little panicked, because I could hear him crawling.
No, it's all good. No, I was more worried someone was going on because you were like,
Yeah.
so you rushing around, like you're on your phone, like you're like flashing lights. And we're like, I'm like, is Sal like flashing a warning?
He's up
Is his
there,
house
and
being
you know we
invaded?
have
Like,
a
is Sal-
suspended ceiling. He's up there crawling around, and it's like, yeah.
No, when I
We
saw you
actually
go
had
back and forth,
foundation repair. We had actually lift the house off the foundation because they designed the house so poorly, pulty, and there was a water leak, and it just created one little hole, and mice were coming in. So we plugged that up. We also plugged all the leaks, but then it's like, well, where else are they getting through now?
right.
And we have normally a pretty tight house, and so I mean, it's not like we have a lot, of them. This is the first time I heard of it, and I'm in the basement. That's why I'm trying to move upstairs. But I did want to say something about. See, we can assume common ancestry, but is the transformation natural? I'll give you I'll give you a test example. I gave this to Bread of Life. I said, how did mammary glands evolve? And they'll say, well, phylogenetically, we have a lot of the same structures as sweat glands. So that would be the same proteins and similar regulatory systems. So phylogenetically, it looks reasonable. But mechanically, I started to say, okay, just ask him how did Junior start to feed? Did he start giving mom a hickey and try to suck all her sweat out from one region, and then it became a mammary gland? There's kind of a mechanical issue there, and that's kind of a humorous one, but it tends to just kind of. It's like, that you do have to think about it. And it's like, maybe it's not as feasible. You can't just say, well, we see these mutations happening. It's like, well, it's more complicated than that. It has to be.
Well, I grant that. That's something we need to figure out, but I don't think.
Well, there are lots of, I'm just trying to point out, there are lots of those. I pointed out with eukaryotic evolution. So you might, and I've said, I'll grant that there are transitions that are more reasonable, that are, both phylogenetically plausible, and then also mechanically, but then you have all these ones that are just like, what do you do with that? And I grant you that it could be common descent, but can you argue that it's natural in so many instances? And then particularly, as LPP said, what do you do? Like there was one with the spliceosome. And they said, well, it's phylogenetically related because we were able to establish it had one common protein in the splicing mechanism. But then you have only like one in the prokaryote, and then you have like 200 in the eukaryote. So you have all these you have like 200 genes that are unique to the eukaryote. And it's like, did those pop up? You can't just take one, you could still argue common ancestry, but
granting those mechanistic problems, like you can say that, and I would agree with that, but I don't think that's material to the argument here, because I'm not arguing how they evolved. I'm arguing that in some shape or form they are genealogically related. That fact is indisputable at this point. We can argue about how they evolved and how they got to be the way they are, but we at least have some standing ground here to work off of.
And if you're going to argue it happened naturally, and yet you're saying they're mechanical issues, you can say that they are related, but it wouldn't be a natural relationship without.
Okay, so I'm going to address.
Well, I don't think I mentioned naturalism at all.
Housekeeping genes exist; they perform metabolic functions, among other things, found in most, if not all, species we see today. Okay, so in the context of this proving heredity, in my opinion, in no way, shape, form, or fashion does that prove common ancestry. And here's why. So I've explained this to you on multiple occasions, Andrew, and I'm guessing you still haven't gone and looked into this. If I'm using a pre-existing like MVC framework, model view controller framework, for a application, there is going to be a plethora of basic functions that are going to exist in every single application that's built on that framework. The login functions, basic menu structures, that kind of stuff, right, is already going to be in existence for every single one. It's going to, if you looked at the source code would be extremely similar, except for maybe a few little minor modifications to tweak little things here and there, or maybe one additional little function on this one, but everything else is the exact same. So premises 1 and 2 have absolutely zero relevance to common ancestry. They have relevance to common framework. Can
I respond to that?
Those. Well, hey, I'm about to finish my point. So unless you're assuming they all evolved over time from a common ancestor, then the fact that they exist does absolutely nothing to prove that assumption. It would actually be, in my opinion, way more indicative of pre-existing design and established, a framework, because nobody would ever argue that because every single content management system or WordPress, every website built on the WordPress content management system having an admin dashboard and having login functions and create new page, create new article, create new menu item, like all those kind of things, like all of them have that. So like just because they all have, and the code's going to be almost identical in every single instance with maybe a very few modifications based on like what version you're using, but it'd be extremely close. Anyway, I will yield there, but those premises 1 and 2 do absolutely nothing for me in relation to common ancestry. Go ahead.
Well, yes, those two premises alone don't do anything, but like when you add them up. But anyways, what you were saying there about a common framework being able to be modified and tweaked for unique circumstances, but still based on an underlying code, I'm arguing that's not what we see in these genes. So it doesn't matter about individual species, phenotypic function, environment, the gene sequence and how similar they are to each other isn't correlated with that, which would be expected from species, individual design function or whatnot. So I don't think that falls.
Are you stating that the housekeeping genes you're referring to are or are not very either identical or very similar in sequence?
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
So you're saying they are either identical or very similar, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so so what's your point? Because I addressed this.
Well, you're saying there could be minor tweaks for environment, for example.
No, I'm not saying that there might not be, and this lends itself more to your third premise on the silent mutations and changes being possible. Right? The point I was making was that if you're going to try and argue, the foundation of your argument is that there's these housekeeping genes that have nearly identical or very similar, very close to identical sequences for these housekeeping genes. So you're stating that is, correct me if I'm wrong on this, but it is your position that this is indicative of a common ancestor, correct?
That fact alone, not by itself, no.
Well, I'm making clarification. Like that is your position, correct? That is a piece of evidence. The reason that we have these housekeeping genes that are nearly identical is the result of coming from the last common ancestor, correct? From Luca, right?
Yes, it is a result of, yes.
Okay, cool. So again, if you had all these different organisms that were built on the same framework, but are not descendant from a common ancestor, they're built on the same framework, and they have similar housekeeping functions for metabolic functions and just the very basic stuff. Why wouldn't you have almost identical, or if not identical, sequences for those basic housekeeping functions that are necessary across the board? Like I don't understand how that wouldn't be the logical conclusion if it was created from a pre-existing framework.
Well, this kind of gets into the designer's intentions, because it is conceivable based on those functionally equivalent forms and changes that could be made. You could have the designer make it in such a way that we get almost exactly the same forms we see today, but the sequences aren't correlated. And the fact that they are correlated and they are similar despite functionality.
So are you saying? Hang on, are you suggesting that because a designer would have used the same code versus, well, they could have written it in a different way and had a very similar outcome, but because isn't what happens, that mean there wasn't a designer?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, didn't you just say that? Why was it done?
I'm saying that there are many different patterns. I'm saying that there are many different patterns that could be observed, and the fact that we only observe one or a few of them means that common ancestry is in some shape or form correct. Because we would have no reason to expect those patterns.
Andrew, you are not actually using your brain again. Okay, I'm going to try and repeat this another time. Okay, just because it could be different, why does it need to be different? Why, dude, you seriously need to go learn the basics of programming, like the absolute basics. Because why just because, okay, there's a different way. You could write the same application in PHP or JavaScript or different things, right? Different languages. Now, the syntax and the way the code would look and all this kind of stuff would be very different between the two. It would have similar logic, but the actual code itself would look way different because the commands are different. But the end function that you're seeing expressed on your computer screen could look the exact same or have very minor differences, but the source code on the back end would look dramatically different. You could do that, but why would you? That makes no sense. It is because you used the same thing does in no way, shape, form, or fashion. If somebody who's a full stack dev, but they prefer PHP and they write the vast majority of their applications in PHP, to be like, well, they must have evolved from each other because they used the PHP language and whichever particular framework they liked, like CodeIgniter, for example, for the majority for their applications. They'd be like, well, that's proof that there wasn't a designer, one person behind all of this.
Well, right.
Using source code for the core functions, right? And then you see all this other code in the application, right? It's written in PHP on the CodeIgniter framework, and you see all these similar functions for the baseline, like just nuts and like the baseline functions, right? And then you see all this other stuff that's unique. You're saying because you see that versus it being each one being written in a different on a different framework in a different language potentially, that therefore that means that there wasn't a uniform agent behind the 5 different ones you're looking at. Like, that makes absolutely no sense, Andrew. That is really, really, like, either you don't understand the point that's being made, or you're categorically refusing it, and you're blinded by your obsession with evolution and phylogenetics. Good.
Well, like I'm saying that from common ancestry. Oh, am I roboting?
No, you're fine.
Oh, the one time it's working. Yeah. So anyways, so from common ancestry, if we take common ancestry to be given as true, then we have reason to suspect why this pattern would exist. I don't necessarily know if the same reason would apply to an omnipotent designer, for example, because he could create it in such a way that it would showcase why they are not related. Because isn't that what they're arguing? That
Andrew, did you listen to dude, this is why I get so irritated with you. Did you listen to a word that I was explaining to you? Because you have just regurgitated the exact same talking point you were spewing before I was trying to explain this to you. Like, you never listened.
Well, right. You're saying they could do it in two different ways.
Okay, dude, I literally stated that you were operating from a assumption that there must be a universal common ancestor, right? We established this. This is where you're operating from. I then explained to you why, because you said if there was a designer, why wouldn't they have done it in different ways? I've explained to you, not tonight, at least twice now, over the last year, I've explained this to you probably 15 times. And you keep seeming to be incapable of comprehending the premise of why the flying you-know-what would a designer who is intelligent recreate the same function all these different ways for no reason. That is not efficient. Evolutionists run around claiming that the reason there can't be a designer because of inefficiency this, inefficiency that, and you okay, but then you claim that the thing that is the most unique, the most similar across everything, which is the code base that's being used for all this to operate, somehow, because it's not random and it's not different in all these different ways, therefore that means there wasn't one. Do you not recognize how ridiculously imbecilic that position is?
Well, that's part of the argument because it has no impact on efficiency.
What the? Oh my. Okay.
Like, if you're saying that he could reuse
Andrew, horizontal gene transfer. If it wasn't the same code base, would horizontal gene transfer be possible?
Probably not.
The answer is 100% no, it would not. So if you don't have the same, I mean, okay, in the context of abiogenesis, right, and evolutionary theory, there's some of the people that put forth the things of like, oh, there might have been multiple genetic codes, and ultimately the universal code is the one that won out because it was the most optimal. I don't understand how you're not comprehending this. Like, this is
well, I'm saying there are functionally equivalent forms there, so there's not one optimal one over the other. They may be saying that, but I don't.
There are. I have experimental evidence of it, especially for human eukaryotic topoisomerase 2 alpha. The C-terminal domain has numerous post-translational modifications that are not in yeast. You can take a human topoisomerase 2 alpha or even a 2 beta and put it inside the yeast will live. You can't do the reverse. The reason we were able to prove that, we tried to do the reverse in a mouse. We're not going to try it on a human for obvious ethical reasons. The mouse cells died. So it's not as portable as the evolutionists claim. They may have done some trivial experiments, but until they do the more comprehensive ones, you won't see that it is highly optimized. So the versions of the same protein across species, particularly when you get into the very high complexity ones, like multicellular eukaryotes, it may have the same basic architecture, but it is highly optimized for post-translational modifications and other things. The other thing that J.C. Phillips found out, who's a solid state physicist, and he actually wrote, he's a National Academy of Science member, and he said, this is proof of intelligent design. The proteins are hydropathically optimized depending on the species environment. Now, that was a more complicated paper. I'm not that familiar with hydropathicity, but he gave a profile. He said, okay, look at our hydropathic whatever scores across different species of proteins, and you could see it. He said it's clearly optimized in each species. That means the certain residues of the amino acids that are hydrophobic or hydrophilic, and they're able to come up with scores for, it's kind of complex. But he could say definitely based on the organism and its environment, you had a different hydropathic score. So it is optimized. You can also replace proteins, but you can't guarantee that it's really great for that creature. And in some cases, it is lethal.
Well, to clarify something, I think me and LPP were talking more about the genetic code in general. But to respond to what you're saying, I think that my argument revolves around genes. Like you're pointing out genes that are optimized in a given species because of their environment. What I'm saying is there are these genes, like say for example, some kind of cytochrome gene, for example, that controls electron transport, and say we need a form of that gene such that the protein it produces makes electron transport more efficient in a higher metabolic pathway that's necessary, like in a high energy environment, for example. Of course, we don't see that. We see instead that the sequence is correlated with how closely related they are if we were to assume common ancestry to begin with, and as evidence that they are not optimized, that they are based on phylogenetic relationships.
I'm sorry, I don't, I don't know how you could say it's not optimized based on what criteria. I gave you two criteria,
I just said on what?
like post-translational modifications, if there's needs to be more information processing for like in a multicellular context, which is really important because you have about the same, which was very surprising. We needed about this. You carry a multicellular eukaryote. Surprisingly,
well, I'm not talking about the proteins you were discussing. I think that's the issue. I was talking about a different set, the ones that I was talking about for the argument.
Well, it might be helpful to look at other proteins if we're going to make universal claims. I'm giving some examples, and then so this whole thing of
these aren't isolated
criteria of optimization. I gave two criteria here for genes that are for proteins, genes/proteins that appear across species. So, like I keep hearing this idea that it's variable and it doesn't count. That's kind of from the evolutionary perspective. It's not from actual experimental observation that we're gaining understanding now that there is levels of optimization that we didn't even realize, like even in the last 10 years. And some of this is cutting edge, and this is a little bit of an obsolete view that it's not optimal in some dimension.
Well, let me ask this. So the proteins you're talking about, are they optimized according to the specific necessities of the species in question?
Yes, definitely for like a human, it's optimized. Definitely.
Okay, so
and I'll tell you how we know that is we count the post-translational modifications. When we knock out some of these modifications, we know it doesn't function. So some of the positions in the human are really, really critical. And, they might be variable in the yeast. The yeast could tolerate it, but the human, it's very, very, it's very fragile because you have to use the same protein across hundreds of different cell types in different cell phases. In fact, they say hundreds of cell types. There could be thousands. It just depends on your classification system. So if you look at a muscle cell versus a nerve cell versus, like, say, a bone cell, etc., the architectures are very different, and you have to use the same protein and reuse it. And one way that you're able to reuse it is gene expression, and then also, kind of the levels, switching them on and off, but then also the post-translational modifications.
Well, that seems to be discussing single-celled yeast in comparison to a multicellular organism like a human. What I'm asking for is correlation between its functionality in a multicellular creature like a human and another multicellular creature that is presumably, or according to the evolutionary paradigm, would be closely related, but actually lives in a different environment. That is what I'm asking for.
I'm not that familiar with that. Now, I don't, you know, the way that I've attacked common ancestry is the premises. So it has to be mechanically feasible. I gave 2 examples where that is in question, and you said, well, I didn't argue that it
common
had to be
ancestry by
natural, and
itself
I
is
gave the
mechanically
mammary
feasible.
glands and then the nuclear pork complex, the simultaneous changes both in practically the entire cell, but not to mention the individual proteins across species would have to have those codes in the right spot, and you need the length.
You seem to be talking about the evolution of individual organs. There is a mechanically feasible mechanism of common ancestry by itself. It's called heredity. We see this all the time in parents.
You're just assuming that from a prokaryote to a eukaryote. That's a big transition. If you're gonna, you know, are you gonna argue?
Yes, because we see the expected patterns.
I beg to differ, because I detailed exactly why it might die in the process, and you don't have natural heredity. Won't be natural if it's dead. There's a mechanical barrier there. So if you're just going to say, well, I'm not talking about natural processes here, then that's not very different than creationism. It would be kind of a progressive creationism. It wouldn't be, you know, it wouldn't be like young Earth creationism, but it would be,
well,
I mean, be almost indistinguishable. I mean, do you have physical examples where a prokaryote becomes a eukaryote? It develops membrane-bound organelles and then
this seems to be
complex. Is that reasonable? If you're arguing that you have empirical evidence that this works, I'm saying you don't. We don't have any of that, and there's no reason to expect that we would.
Well, I think this is kind of a difference between observable fact and the mechanisms that explain those facts. For example, you can talk about just to use a very simplistic example, you can use a baseball falling, and we know that it falls, and we have a mechanism for that. But why exactly does it fall? That is the question. So that would be analogous to what I'm saying about common ancestry in general, the fact of common ancestry, and how we explain that mechanistically, like you were saying, the evolution of individual pathways and organs.
Well, I think you might be able to find some examples where it's feasible. You can't generalize it to all these other problematic areas. The problematic areas will falsify the general applicability.
That wasn't my point. I don't think you understood my point.
I'm sorry, maybe because it doesn't seem coherent to me in light of the facts.
Well, because there's a reason it's called the fact of evolution, is common ancestry. The mechanisms of evolution, mutation, natural selection, genetic drift, things like that, those are parts of the theory that explain how those facts came to be. But that doesn't change the fact that the fact is there.
No, see, you're equating your belief with a fact. The other thing is those mechanisms don't explain what I just pointed out.
Well, I'm saying they don't have to.
If it doesn't explain it, it's a belief system. It's not a fact. It's not feasible. It's not theoretically reasonable in terms of probability.
I'm saying it doesn't have to be for it to still be a fact. That's my point.
But you are accepting it by faith, not by direct observation or experiment. You're accepting it as a fact by faith, but not by direct observation or reasonable theory.
Are you saying we can observe nested hierarchies and hereditary mechanisms by direct observation?
You can't generalize that to the eukaryote, and I gave you the reasons why. You haven't justified.
Tell me a reason where heredity stops working.
Tell me a reason I'm posing that. I'm sorry.
Give me the specific give me the specific mechanistic limit where genealogy and hereditary descent stop working. At what point does it stop working?
I gave you at least one. The
No, you
prokaryote,
gave me an
eukaryote
example
transition.
of how the
Hey,
organ
real
not
quick
transition.
timeout. Real quick timeout. So, Doki, thank you for your super chat. He says, "Who does
Yeah,
Andrew's
thanks, Doki.
stories and rescue devices drive nuts more, John or Sal?" That is a very good question. Very good question. Thank you for the super chat, all the super stickers, Doki. Much appreciated. Oh, okay, continue, guys.
So, yeah, thank you, Doki. I'm sorry. Continue, Andrew. You're arguing you're arguing the nested hierarchy is an explanation for
Oh
eukaryotes.
yes. Yeah.
For eukaryotes and prokaryotes evolving from a common ancestor, or from a eukaryote evolving from a prokaryote.
Well, all right, Mike.
You feel that that's an adequate explanation, that just because they're similar enough, therefore the random mutation plus natural selection can it makes it a fact that.
No, that is not my claim. I'm only saying they are genealogically related. I'm not taking it any step further.
How can they be genealogically related if it's going to die in the process of a transition? I gave you the reasons why.
Again, it feels like we're kind of
assuming it's based on a premise. Okay, so I'm just saying your premise then could be false. I gave a credible counterexample why at this point the premise is a faith-based premise. It is not a fact-based premise.
Well, the fact that evolution may or may not have occurred is irrespective of how it may have occurred and what mechanisms. That's my point here.
So you're saying, can you state that again?
So I'm saying if we had genuine evidence, and I believe we do, that some kind of evolution happened, that descent with modification occurred over eons, and common ancestry is actually there, we would have that by itself, and then we could go explain the mechanisms of how those transitions occurred. But trying to explain how they occurred and finding anomalies there does not diminish the fact that those transitions must have occurred somehow based on the evidence.
So you're willing to accept that it could be a miracle?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Well, you said you're accepting that it occurred, and I'm pointing out why it would be infeasible naturally.
Well, I may have used the word transition a bit loosely there. Apologies.
I mean, you're saying that you're just accepting it because it looks similar, therefore one evolved from the other. I've pointed out.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I think it's a bit more nuanced than
related.
That. Well, similarity does not.
They had a common ancestor. Okay, so you either have a.
Well, similarity by itself does not necessitate genealogical relatedness. I would agree with that. I think it's more nuanced than that.
So what would establish common ancestry again? You were saying similarity, but you're saying it's not really similarity.
Well, this is one aspect of similarity. I think common ancestry in general is, well, one big thing we would expect from common ancestry is congruence of major phylogenetic trees of major animal groups, for example. And we do see that. There may be some anomalies with certain branches deeper down the roots, the tips of the tree towards the terminal branches, but those are still being sorted out.
You know, there are various theories, like say geocentrism, that have parts of the theory that are congruent, but then you have lots of things that are totally berserk and not consistent with it. So the fact that you have some things that work and then some really major areas that fail, I wouldn't classify it as fact at that point.
Well, it depends on the amount of congruence. If it's more congruent on these major branches than would be expected by random chance, that is evidence that some kind of descent process is there.
But then I've given you counterexamples. I've given you counterexamples where it's not congruent with, like, physiology.
It doesn't need to be.
Cellular mechanics.
Hang on. You just said it doesn't need to be. Are you suggesting that
I'm saying that phylogenesis, when they do
hang
these
on.
analyses,
I want to make a clarification here because we're really getting
okay,
to the root of the fact that Andrew, you don't actually think about the points that you spew in relation to this topic. So you just made the case that if you have a similarity in gene sequences, regardless of whether or not they could be something that the point I was making earlier of the like, why would you, it's a housekeeping gene. Why the heck wouldn't it be if it function? Why would they not all have it? But if those are in play, or a couple of the core functions are in play, therefore, even if like the vast majority of everything else is not even remotely close, therefore they must be related from a ancestry perspective at some point. That's the position you're taking.
question.
I mean, I'm making a statement based on what I've heard you say. You can deny what I just said, or you can confirm it.
As I heard it, it seems all right.
Okay, so again, you're completely missing the point that Sal has been making over and over again, is the actual plausibility of the transitions. That's the point that you've heard me make many times. Everybody's made a bazillion times. We're beating you over the head with it for quite some time now. You still have to figure out how you get from A to B without dying. And actually
right, and we're trying to figure that out, but that does not deny the other facts available.
Okay, dude, you're missing the point. Just because there is a similar function has, per your own admission, right? You're saying we don't know this. We're not claiming this is how the evolution happened. We're just saying that this must indicate the common ancestry because there's similarities in this, even though the actual functions of the vast majority of the genome of this particular organism don't actually match up with this other one. Because they have some similarities, therefore it must have descended from X based on our timeline, our evolutionary timeline that we've created. Therefore, it must have descended.
When did I say that functions were correlated? I didn't say that. I said the sequences were correlated.
Okay. The point that Sal was making, and Sal, correct me if I'm wrong on this, is the differences in these organisms, the stark differences. You've got this sequence that is similar. And this one thing, this one little sliver of the genome, this part's similar. Okay, fine. That doesn't mean that it had to have descended from this other one, like in any way, shape, form, or fashion. You are making you have to make massive assumptions to reach that conclusion. Massive assumptions. And
yes, and I gave a good example right there. They're very, very similar, but even like say 20, 50, difference in the residues, that's a big deal, and it has to happen simultaneously. It can't happen in increments.
Well, like if you're talking about the modern states of the proteins, I'm not saying one descended from the other. I'm saying they share a common ancestry. That's a different claim altogether.
You can make that argument. You're still faced with the same problem. You have to add that code in the nuclear pore complex, and it has to be of a certain amount because otherwise you don't get discrimination. You're going to be letting stuff in and out randomly. That's why it has to be a sufficient length. It's just like a password. When you create a password, you want to have it a certain level of strength so people can't get in randomly. And it's kind of the same concept. This is a serious problem, not to mention you need a nuclear pore complex to begin with. And if you saw some of the videos that I did on nuclear pore complexes, and we had like Change Tan and James Carter on that, you're talking it's very, very complex. And so you can't extrapolate. This is just like, the geocentrism. It's like, well, some things fit the model beautifully, therefore it's true. And it ended up being a totally false theory, even though it looks superficially reasonable. The way it was falsified, it was the anomalies. So if you want to, that's what I was trying to say. You can't generalize.
I would disagree with that. I wouldn't
This
say
is exactly
anomalies. I
how
would
we
say
falsified
contradictions.
geocentrism. Is it had the anomalies and people were closing
Again, I
their
wouldn't
eyes.
say anomalies. I would say contradictions.
Okay, do you think this is, how would you classify the problem with the nuclear pore complex and membrane-bound organelles? Are you going to trivialize that? Because that's a big deal.
Okay, so let me ask this question.
Does your phylogenetic trees that you can make one with, like, say, in the primates, does that override the problem that I just pointed out with membrane-bound organelles and things like the nuclear pore complex? I mean, in your mind, does your phylogenetic tree take precedence over the mechanical difficulties I pointed out?
Well,
in your
no,
mind
but it shows that primates are all related, at least. That most.
So, I mean, does all your phylogenetic reasoning override the mechanical difficulties that I pointed out? You're going to just say, oh, no. Okay, so it doesn't, your phylogenetic reasoning doesn't override it.
No, so nowhere did I say they're not difficulties. That wasn't my point.
Well, shouldn't you, I mean, this is a really big difficulty. Before you declare it as fact, don't you think it's reasonable to say, maybe we could be really wrong?
I think you're equivocating between I'm saying it's evolving and I'm saying it's evolving in X way.
I'm sorry?
I think you're equivocating between the claim that I'm making that it evolved or it is related in some way and the claim that it evolved in X specific way. I'm not making the latter claim.
It had, I mean, a nuclear pore complex, you can either say eukaryotes and prokaryotes came from a common ancestor, but you still had that problem of the membrane-bound organelle nuclear pore complex. So are you saying that you're willing to accept that there's some mechanism you can't define, that you can't prove, that you have no reasonable way of making a credible argument? You're going to say that you just still accept it as fact, even though you can't explain it. I would say that if you accept it as fact, you accept it as fact on faith, not on any theory in terms of the mechanics.
Well, I'm saying it's equivalent.
Of the cell. It's based on phylogeny, not cellular biology.
Well, I'm saying the argument here is equivalent to asking for a mechanism of how X feature was passed down from parent to offspring, when I can tell that it was passed down based on the distribution of traits in those offspring compared to their parents.
You can, but that presumes that there's a feasible mechanism. I pointed out that it's not feasible, at least naturally, or anything that we know. You're insisting that this is proven, and I'm saying
let me clarify my point. May I clarify my point? So, say you just talking about humans, for example. Say you have a parent, a grandparent, whatever, a lineage, an ancestral lineage, and it's branching down over time and passing on those traits. We don't know how those traits were passed on, or we don't know exactly how they came to be. But we know from studying the distribution of traits now that they must have been passed down in some way. And that's just in humans.
It's feasible in humans because humans give birth to humans. Okay.
Well, that gets into the argument again. Where does that limit stop? Where does that hereditary limit stop?
Where does the heredity stop? Is that what you're asking me?
Yes. If we can apply the same principle to humans, where is the limit to applying that to other life forms?
You can start. One of the limits is the prokaryote eukaryote transition.
So you would say that all eukaryotes are related?
I'm sorry?
Would you say that all eukaryotes are related then?
No, because evolutionary biologists, if you read the latest literature, they're even saying that they may not have a common ancestor. What they'll say is it's a common ancestor is a population of organisms, which is like, well, what do you really mean?
I don't think the population level is at that level of the tree. It's towards the root. It's towards
Do you
Luca,
think
not
all
Lika.
eukaryotes descended from a common ancestor?
Say it again?
Do you believe all eukaryotes descended from a common ancestor?
Yes.
That's not consistent with the most modern literature.
I think you're talking about the population idea in terms of the last universal common ancestor, not the last eukaryotic common ancestor.
Well, the problem is they don't know. They can't characterize what FUCA, first universal common ancestor. They don't know how to characterize it. And they certainly can't characterize what would be the common ancestor of a eukaryote and prokaryote.
Well, right, but you were saying that this idea of it being a population, not a common ancestor, applied to Lika, not Luca. I'm saying it applies to Luca, not Lika.
But the fundamental thing was, where would I say that I'd cut it off? I'd say, okay, you have a problematic mechanism unifying eukaryotes and prokaryotes. I gave you the reasons why.
Right, but you would at least
say your distribution took priority over mechanical considerations. I've got a problem with that.
I'm not saying it's priority.
Because how can you have heredity if the creature's dead in the process of being like halfway between?
That's why we need to figure it out.
What?
That's why we need to figure it out after the fact.
But you see, what do you mean after the fact? You should figure it out first before you accept it as fact and advertise it as fact. What you should say is you believe it's a fact, but that's a faith-based belief that it's a fact. It's not an actual
this is
fact.
how science works. We see things and we're trying to explain how they got to be the way they are.
It is a faith belief. That's not the same.
Andrew, are you not, Andrew? Everything you have argued so far tonight and ad nauseum since my first interaction with you is that all the things you're discussing right now are true. The assumptions are true, and that there is.
I wouldn't use the word true. I would say pretty reasonable. I mean, nothing in science.
Well, I'll put it in a different context. Everything about your attitude, the way you frame it, and the bullshit that you spew indicates that you think it is true. Whether or not you'll say that publicly, and actually concede to that point, you act like it is more than enough evidence to prove that evolution is, in the context in which you take it, is true, and that everything is a descendant from a universal common ancestor. Is that your position? Yes or no?
That specific aspect of evolution, yes.
Okay. So, and you think that phylogenetic trees provide tremendous amounts of evidence to lend credibility and, if not near proof, of the universal common ancestor. Is that correct?
Very close to it.
Okay. So, do you ever consider that things like housekeeping genes could have been there in all organisms that were of different types that were put forth, and everything didn't come from one universal common ancestor?
Right, that's always possible. I'm just asking why would we expect that?
Okay, so did you pay any attention to anything that Sal, myself, or any other people that you've interacted with have talked about in terms of the improbabilities, the practical barriers, the mechanical barriers, the probability barriers, all these different things that make it not plausible that all of these things could have happened in the manner in which we're talking about? Do you ever consider that? Ever?
I have considered it. My point is that doesn't get rid of the other things we do know.
Have you ever actually gone and began to comprehend the necessities of the sequences and the improbabilities and the fitness problems that Sal was referring to in relation to getting from sequence A to sequence B, whether or not you want to argue and say it happened via duplication and drift and yada yada yada, all the different talking points. We're still talking about the formation of new function and getting from A to B.
Well,
and
if
you
you're
still
talking
have to
about
factor
new
in.
mysteries to be solved, then sure.
Okay, the mysteries have to be solved in order for the assumptions you make to be remotely plausible and coherent in any kind of macro model. This is the entire point that's being made, Andrew. And this is why I get so pissed off with you, because we repeat this over and over and over again, and it seems to completely fly over your head because you are so brainwashed into thinking that this is the only possible starting point, and that everything else is just crazy, faith-based, blind, creationist BS, when you clearly have not been comprehending the point that Sal was just making about your position being faith-based. It's the whole point that he was making, is that you're like, well, we don't have proof of that. I don't know necessarily the mechanism of how all this happened, but it happened. We'll figure out how it happened at some point. Versus maybe what the assumptions. I have to actually look at the assumptions. Go ahead, Sal. Sorry.
I was saying humans descend from humans. We can make that assumption there. That's reasonable. So you can say that you see heredity there. I've pointed out where you can't make that assumption for the eukaryote prokaryote issue. You can't. Okay. That's not you can demonstrate humans descent from humans. You can't demonstrate that a eukaryote and prokaryote in real time. You can't demonstrate that in real time.
Why do I need to demonstrate in real time?
You have to make a faith assumption. You have to make a faith assumption. I gave you
lots
reasons.
of sciences can't be demonstrated in real time. Probably a majority of it.
Lots of what?
Lots of scientific concepts, ideas, models. They can't be demonstrated with real-time observations.
This one, there are things like, there are things in physics like electromagnetism. We can demonstrate it real time and we can extrapolate it. We can't extrapolate anything, we can't extrapolate anything that resembles a prokaryote, eukaryote common ancestry.
Why not?
So, what?
Why can't you extrapolate those hereditary mechanisms?
Because you have things like membrane-bound organelles that don't just pop up out of nowhere. I mean, do you ever see those? Do you have any reason to expect that they will come about, and that you'll have, the transport complexes that need to be in place for that to happen? I mean, this is really basic cellular biology. So, I mean, you can accept it, and you could say it's fact as far as you're concerned, but it's a faith-based belief that it's a fact. It's not an actual fact to the level of other sciences. I'll give you examples of great theories like electromagnetism or quantum chemistry or geometric optics or celestial mechanics.
How about cosmology?
Cosmology is lots of speculation there.
Ooh,
but
we have trouble on that.
But I'll tell you, there are professors that I've had that are very fine physicists. They don't agree with every theory. So, but a lot of cosmologists will admit that this is speculation. You're accepting it in your heart as fact, but not based on the level of empiricism. If you're a rational empiricist, as your title entails, this is one case where you're using faith-based arguments, not rationalism or empiricism. It's faith-based. I've given you empirical reasons that it doesn't work. You don't have empirical evidence, direct observations that pure prokaryotes and eukaryotes can have a common ancestor. In fact, there's evidence against it. I've given you theories. I've given you cellular biology. That's empirical evidence. I've given you rational reasons that they're not going to be there. Yet you accept that it happens. So that's faith-based. You have just admitted you haven't figured out the mechanism, and people are working on it, and they haven't figured it out either. Therefore, it is faith-based because it's not consistent with what we know elsewhere in cellular biology, etc.
So if I see someone, or sorry, if I see a baseball drop beside me, is it faith-based to assume that something or someone threw it down and it fell to where I am right now?
You know, I'm sorry, I don't care about that. I care about the
Well, that's using the same logic.
I've given you the prokaryote, eukaryote problems, physiological, mechanical, etc. You've admitted that you accept it, that the transition happened when you don't have a mechanism. You don't have a mechanism. You believe that there is a mechanism that makes it feasible, that makes the common ancestry feasible.
I mean, do you have the mechanism?
Well, it seems we're playing
That's
by
not a
different
mechanical
rules and
argument.
standards
A lot
here.
of physics
So
arguments are mechanical.
I think we should just move on to
Where
something
we
else.
have these, you know, we have our accepted laws, and then you can build models on that. You don't have a mechanism here.
I wonder
You
what
have
would
a lot of
happen.
mechanisms that are contrary.
I wonder what would happen if God came down and literally showed you that, hey, this is the mechanism I use. The evolution is right. I wonder if you would accept that.
I wonder if the
Hypothetically
reciprocal is,
speaking, of course.
I wonder if the reciprocal is true. If God came down and said, "Hey, I'm the intelligent agent that designed all this stuff," would you accept it?
If you could make me accept it, I would accept it.
If you could what?
Well, he said if he can make me accept it, I would accept it.
So
well,
if you're
I'm saying
forced
that
to
if
accept
he has
something,
omnipotent power,
okay, Andrew, you have just proven beyond doubt that you have a very closed mind. If God can force me to accept that He created the universe and designed everything,
no, okay. I think Andrew.
Midnight silence. So Andrew, are you actually that dumb? Seriously?
I think you're misunderstanding what I'm saying. May I
Yeah, he
clarify?
misspoke.
Okay, clarify that.
As I was
because
saying,
you said God made you. So clarify.
Okay, I'm saying God has omnipotent power. Okay, He can do anything.
So if
So
God
there
uses
is.
omnipotent power, He proved and forced you to recognize that He made it.
Will you let him clarify, John,
buddy.
please? I know this is your stream, but please.
He actually meant exactly what he said initially. Is what's going on. All right, I'm gonna mute myself. We're about to wrap up because SFT is about to start a stream. Go ahead, Andrew. Make your clarify your point and stop.
At like 2 p.m. a.m. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, I'm just saying. Okay, so God, He's. Let's see. What's a good word for? What's the word for it? Omnipresent, omniscient. I guess. I keep getting these words confused. I can conceive that God, this deity, whoever He is, whatever He is the ultimate rationalizer. Okay, so He could come down in some shape or form and rationalize with me, and by the powers He is given to have by us mortals, He could rationalize with me and show me where my assumptions are faulty. If He could do that, when He could do that, I would accept His existence and everything beyond that.
Okay, cool. So glad to know that at 18 years old, you're actually this steeped in the dumbassery of the Evo atheist worldview. That's very sad, Andrew, that it would require God. The only way you're going to accept this is if God physically comes down, interacts with you directly, like poofs something into existence before your very eyes. Then maybe you would you would accept
when
that.
I say anything about poofing something into existence.
Well, you said He had to do all of His different powers to show you how this would work. So I'm assuming
That's not what I said.
that. And correct me if I'm wrong here. That you wouldn't have to have directly empirical evidence of a creation act happening in front of you in order to believe it.
I wasn't saying anything about him showing his powers.
He wouldn't have to show you. You said you have to show you how he could have created things.
That's not what I said.
So what's God doing then? How is God convincing you if he's not showing you? Because there's
I
all this
said
evidence in front of you right now.
He is the ultimate thinker. He is the ultimate rationalizer, according to this view. So he would be able to convince me. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. So in usual dumbass Dilettante style, unless God comes physically in front of you, you're not going to believe that God could exist or God was necessary to create all the things you take for granted in life. Is that your position?
I guess it is.
Okay, then congratulations on being a very small-minded child. And with that, let's say last words because I'm wrapping up. And everybody, head on over. SFT's having an open mic on soteriology and celebrating 6,000 subscribers. So I will put a link in the side chat for anyone to head on over there. And go ahead.
Hey, Andrew, you're going to be around.
Words.
What was that?
Make your last words.
Oh, keep thinking, y'all.
And can you stick around after everyone leaves?
Sure.
Andrew, are you an atheist? I just some people were wondering. We didn't want to misrepresent you, so that's my final. Do you classify yourself as
concern on your face?
Would I consider myself an atheist? That's a very tough question because I feel like I feel like I would, but honestly, I don't care much for the labels. I just stick to my own positions here.
Okay, thanks for answering.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, what that actually translates into is, with putting Brain in the gang, he's a hardcore atheist. On channels like mine, he's I don't know, agnostic. I don't want to reveal. But then he talks. There's almost guaranteed that he'll be talking mad trash about this over on a weather report. So it's unfortunately what's happening with Andrew is he's a double talk. Claims to not know, but is very affirmative in his positions when he's around with his little buddies. So perhaps he is searching. I don't think so. And it's rather obvious from the conversations this evening that he has rather strong assertions and assumptions that are necessary for the positions he takes. And he ad nauseum discounts and dismisses the premise of a creator and doesn't even seem to grasp the points that he is missing. Either that or is refusing to address them in his own mind. I mean, it's these things have been gone over a bazillion times and doesn't even want to grasp them. It's been over a year at this point in the context of, are you going to go learn how the genetic code works? He still has not done so, yet is obsessed with phylogenetics, which is dependent on the sequences that are derived from it. It's like, you don't even want to understand the basics of the fundamentals to the point that you're relying on to substantiate your positions. Like, in no other context would that be considered rational. But anyway, Midnight, what you got to say, man? We're wrapping up.
Well, I think you were kind of being unfair to Andrew because he didn't say a lot of what you said. He just said well, it's too long to go into the thing. Just thanks for having me on for a bit.
No problem. Sal, you got anything you want to say?
No, but hey, thanks a lot for the stream, and thanks for joining Andrew and Midnight Sparkle.
Oh, no problem, honey.
Yeah, I would say, Sal, that even though we disagree on this, I'm glad we got to talk about this for a little bit, even though we kind of went in circles a little bit.
Oh, thank you.
All right. Well, everybody, let's head on over to SFT's channel for an open mic that's happening over there, late night, 6K subs. We'll go over and be degenerates. I appreciate everybody who's stuck it around this whole time. And yes. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, as you contemplate the fundamental necessities for your existence, all the things that must be in play, the mechanical, informational, structural barriers that are necessary for different types of organisms to exist, and then obviously the underlying fundamentals, which we still need to understand, which about how we're even able to have this conversation, how you're able to even hear the words that are coming out of any of our mouths, and to comprehend the meaning, and to devise your own thoughts, your own conclusions, and own analysis of the different topics that are put forth on the, all these different, my stream and other streams and Sal's channel, all the different places where communication is conducted and ideas are communicated and considered. I hope that ultimately the conclusion you reach will be, as I always love to say, the logical, plausible, and probable one, and that ultimately you have the wherewithal to be able to back up the positions that you take with substance, not just emotional reckonings nor fanciful brainwashed positions that are put forth by the academia of today's world. Have a good night, everybody.